Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I would like to call to order the May 3rd, 2021 meeting of the Charleston County Board of Zoning Appeals, also known as BZA. Next slide, please. Ms. Working, can you please go over the virtual meeting protocol?
Yes. Staff will control the slides displayed throughout the meeting. Applicants and members of the public must be sworn in before speaking for the first time. They should state their full name and current address for the record. Only attendees who have registered to speak before the deadline may speak during the meeting. Applicants and/or their representative for the public hearing cases are registered to speak. Video and microphone have been disabled for all attendees. Attendees will only be given the capability to speak when they are called on by the BZA secretary or chair. If you submitted a request to speak on a case before the deadline, staff will call your name when it is your turn to speak and will enable your microphone. Your microphone will be disabled after you are done speaking. Chat has been disabled for everyone. Board members who need to recuse themselves will not participate in discussion or deliberation and will not vote. And finally, this meeting is being recorded.
Thank you. Ms. Working, can you also please call the roll of the BZA members and introduce and swear in all the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department staff members that are present here today?
All right, Mr. Ray?
Present.
Mr. Boykin?
Present.
Ms. Allison?
Present.
All right. Mr. Freeman?
Present.
All right. Mr. Marchant?
Present.
Mr. Nelson?
Present.
Ms. Switzer Smalls?
Present.
Mr. Williams?
Present.
And Mr. Woodall?
Present.
Okay, and then we have Calvin Hughie, he's the attorney for the BZA, is present. The Charleston County Zoning and Planning staff present for this meeting are Sally Brooks, Savannah Murray, Jennifer Stiles, and I'm Jenny Working, the secretary for the BZA. At this time, I'm going to swear in the staff that will present testimony or evidence. Staff, please raise your right hand. I will say the oath, and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you.
Very good.
All right.
Next slide, please. Because of the hearing tonight is a public fact-finding meeting, we are in compliance with the Freedom of Act and South Carolina Code 6-29-70. 15 days prior to the hearing, an announcement was printed in the Post and Courier. A sign was posted on or near the designated property, and a notice was mailed to the applicant or the applicant's representative, to the property owners within 300 feet of the property, and to the parties that are in interest. Persons, organizations, and news media have also been sent information, and they also have been notified. Next slide, please. Board members, the meeting notes of April 5th and April 12th of 2021 were mailed to you. Are there any changes? I see no hand. There are no changes. If there are no changes, may I have a motion to approve? And a second, please.
Motion to approve previous minutes.
All right.
Second.
And I have a second by Mr. Borkin. Thank you. Ms. Working, would you please call the roll for the vote?
Okay. Mr. Ray?
Aye.
Mr. Boykin?
Aye.
Ms. Allison?
Aye.
Mr. Freeman?
Aye.
Mr. Marchant?
Aye.
Mr. Nelson?
Aye. Jenny, and I can only vote for April 5th. I wasn't present on April 12th.
Yes. We will make sure to clarify that. Thank you for reminding us. Ms. Switzer Smalls?
Yes. Aye.
Okay. Mr. Williams?
Aye, and I was present on, I believe, April 12th.
Okay. And Mr. Woodall?
I was only for April 5th.
Got it. All right, but we should have enough, so at least 5 is to pass the minutes for the 5th and the 12th. Thank you, guys.
Case ruling from this and any other BZA meeting are available to the public review. and inspection during normal business hours at the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department. Next slide, please. The Board of Zoning and Appeals is a quasi-judicial body that has final decision-making authority on appeals of zoning-related administrative decisions. The BZA is authorized to hear and decide appeals only on zone-related matters where it is alleged there is an error in the order, requirement, decision, or determination made by the administrative official in the administrative or enforcement of any zoning-related regulation. A 2/3 vote of the quorum present is required to overturn the decision of the planning director's appeal. A special exception. A special exception is issued by the BZA authorizing a particular use for a particular location within a zoning district upon demonstrating that such a use complies with all the conditions and standards specified by the zoning and land development regulations, also known by ZELDAR. The BZA must find a special exception that request meets all 6 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant the special exception. A simple majority is required to grant a special exception. A variance. A variance is a relaxation of the BZA's regulations of ordinance where such an action will not be a contrary to the public interest and where, owing to the condition particular to the property or the public interest, actions or situations of the applicant, a literal enforcement of the code will result in an unnecessary or undue hardship. And such variance is consistent with section 6-29-800 of Code of Law of South Carolina within Title 6, Chapter 29. The BZA must find the variance meets all 7 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant the special exception, variance, A 2/3 vote of the quorum is present to grant the variance. Next slide. The purpose of our meeting tonight is for interested parties to be heard in order to assist the board in gathering evidence pertinent to each case. If a board member feels that a need for further information to clarify a case is warranted, the board has the authority to subpoena witnesses. It must be understood that the rules of your neighborhood or your subdivision are binding and that we can take no actions to negate their jurisdiction over your property. In addition to your testimony, our board has been presented written information submitted by staff, by the applicant or the applicant's agent for each case. This information is now considered evidence and is entered into the permanent record of this body. It is assumed that the information is complete, true, and accurate. In addition, we have been presented data assembled by staff for the purpose of clarifying the location and the application's effect on surrounding properties. Our board is empowered to approve with conditions, or deny a special exception or variance request. We are also authorized to defer a case should there be a need for further information. The BZA final decision will be mailed within 10 working days of the public hearing. It will be mailed certified mail to applicants and U.S. mail to neighbors and the community that are on the list. If an applicant's request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department staff to discuss the next steps in the process. Variances and special exceptions granted this evening are valid for 12 months after the meeting, and 1 year extension may be granted only if construction or the development has commenced or being diligently pursued. However, if an applicant's request is disapproved and the applicant wishes to appeal the decision of this board concerning the case, appeals must be addressed in circuit court. South Carolina Code 6-29-820 states that the applicant must file the application within 30 days after the decision of this board is mailed to them. Failure to file an appeal within that time deprives the court of its jurisdiction. Because this is a quasi-judicial body, everything said in this meeting must be complete, true, and accurate. All the information provided to the BZA is considered evidence, and the board may certify contempt of court if false testimony is made either in writing or orally. Each person who wishes to address the board will be sworn in by the BZA secretary before they provide their testimony or evidence. Next slide, please. I will now call each case by number. Staff will present facts pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then call the applicant. The applicant will state his or her name and current address for the record before presenting testimony pertinent to the case, limited also to 5 minutes. I will then ask for those who speak in support or in opposition of the case, and they will follow the same procedure for identifying themselves and are limited to 2 minutes each. The applicant will then have a chance to reply, limited to 2 minutes for opposition, and the BZA will make a motion to close the case to the public. Finally, the BZA will make a motion concerning the application, stating specific findings of facts and conclusion of law. Tonight, we will hear 9 new cases. Next slide, please. Ms. Working, can you please introduce the first new case tonight? It is case BZA 03-21-00472.
The applicant for this case is John R. Marshall and Beth A. Marshall. The property is owned by the Barnwell Family Company, LLC, William Barnwell III. The property is located at 1534 East Deep Creek Overlook in the east area, and that's in the Paradise Island subdivision. And the tax map number is 617-1400046. It's located in the rural residential RR3 zoning district. The request is for a variance to reduce the required 35-foot OCRM critical line buffer by 10 feet to 25 feet for a proposed residence, garage, deck, steps, and swimming pool, and by 26 feet to 9 feet for a proposed driveway. The request is also to reduce the required 30-foot rear setback by 5 feet to 25 for a proposed deck and swimming pool. And the OCRM requirements can be found in Article 9.7, Chapter 9, and as well as, so Chapter 4 is where the 50-foot OCRM critical line setback is established, as well as the 30-foot rear setback. So Chapter 9, Article 9.7, Section 971A, the intent is that the buffer standards of this article are intended to provide a natural vegetated area between the furthermost projection of a structure, parking or driveway area, or any other building elements and all saltwater wetlands, waterways, and OCRM saltwater critical lines. The purpose of these required buffers is to provide a visual, spatial, and ecological transition zone between development and the county's saltwater, wetlands, and waterways, and to protect the water quality and wildlife habitat. And here I put together some definitions that are applicable to this case. A buffer, wetland buffer, an area of varying width ranging from 15 to 35 feet, providing a visual, spatial, and ecological transition zone between the OCRM critical line and land development as described in the Article 9.7. The wetland buffer is designed to protect water quality and wildlife habitat. OCRM stands for the Office of Ocean and Coastal Resource Management and the critical line area. This line is defined by the South Carolina Office of Ocean and Coastal Resource Management at the date of application and determines their jurisdiction. These are the sections in ZELDAR and the zoning ordinance. This is the zoning map, so it's showing it at the end of the cul-de-sac, East Deep Creek overlook. And again, this is in the Paradise Island subdivision. All the lots are zoned RR3. The property is 0.68 acres of highland and it is vacant. And this is the zoomed out aerial. Photo of the front of the subject property. And the one on the left is the rear, and then that's the front, the one with the box. And these are the surrounding properties. And that's the end of the cul-de-sac. So you see where the zoning sign is, that's the front of the property. As far as the criteria, we said that it meets it may meet 1, 3, 4, 6, and 7, and that it meets 2 and 5. One thing to note, well, I'll wait till I get to the site plan, sorry. So that's the criteria. So if you do decide to approve this application, we're recommending 4 conditions. The first one is prior to commencing construction, silt fencing shall be installed along the critical line. The silt fencing shall be maintained for the duration of the construction. 2, the applicant shall use stormwater mitigation measures such as the use of rain barrels or rain gardens to reduce the flow of stormwater into the marsh. 3, the portion of the driveway that encroaches into the 35-foot O-storm critical line buffer shall be constructed using pervious materials. And 4, the encroachment area shall be limited to the footprint area shown on the submitted site plan. And this here is the site plan. So as you can see, the rear property line is abutting, I believe that says, I can't read that. But yeah, so I wanted to let y'all know that part of the ordinance for this subdivision with the lots being very narrow, there's some of the lots have less than the 40 by 40 buildable area. So under the ordinance, we are allowed to reduce the 50-foot setback by 15 to the 35-foot buffer. So that's as far as we can reduce it, and that's why they're here tonight to ask for a further reduction up to the 25 feet. But that's allowed in Chapter 997, Section 971B2A. This is the elevation, a survey, and again, like if you look at the survey, that's showing, I believe it's the 50-foot for to be required. And then the plat. This is lot 66. This plat was done in 2004. The OCRM setbacks and buffers were established in 2001.
Jenny, can you repeat? You said they meet 1, 3, 6, and 7, and which ones did they not meet?
Okay, sorry. I said that they meet 2 and 5, and
Okay.
that they may meet 1, 3, 4, 6, and 7. So there's
Okay.
none that we're saying that they do not meet,
Okay.
like flat out do not meet.
Does anyone else have any question of staff? Very good.
Yes, question here.
All right, I saw Mr. Nelson's hand first.
All right.
Jenny, have you discussed the special conditions with the applicant?
So I forward the staff reports, well, the link to the staff reports to the applicants, typically the Friday, and in this case, I know I did the Friday before. So they've had it over a week and 2 weekends, I believe. So look
Okay.
over, usually they'll reach out to me if there are concerns, but I have not heard anything about concerns about the conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Williams?
Jenny, what type of building or structure are they trying to put up? Is that going to be a driveway infringing on that buffer area, or is that?
Go back to the site plan. So the lot is, she's getting the site plan back up, but the lot is currently vacant. So everything you see is proposed. And yes, the driveway, so driveways can be in the setbacks, but they are not allowed to be in the buffers. So the portion of the driveway that's in the buffer is what needs a variance. And then most of the house needs, goes up to the 25 foot and then in the rear to the 25 foot. But what you see is what they're asking for.
So this is gonna be a house that they're proposing to put in with a
Yeah.
driveway all around the house?
No. Can you see the site plan?
It's just look like
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the driveway there. And then you can see the rest is the house. That's probably the garage, the house, and then the pool. Steps.
And then where's the wetlands at on the site plan?
All the way around except for this area here is the rear. That's what I was
Okay.
trying to say earlier. I couldn't read that lot. It's a little blurry.
All right.
This is the rear, and then everything you see, kind of the squiggly line, I guess you can say, is the critical line.
I
And
see.
that's where the measurement is taken from.
I see. All right.
So you can see sometimes that's outside the property line and sometimes that's inside the property line. And that's
So
why it's
just for clarification, there was one criteria that said that the variance they're asking for has to be of no fault of their own, but they're designing a structure that's infringing upon this Zeldar, right?
right. Yeah, and that's why they're here to.
One of those 7 criteria was saying that it can't have been anything that the applicant has contributed towards. So
Right.
they're literally designing a building that they haven't designed it yet. It's not there right now.
Mhm.
But they're designing a building that's infringing upon the current ordinances. Am I right?
Correct.
So
Yep.
they're literally, it's the owner designing it or the design company designing it. How can it not be something that they're contributing to, you know?
Right, and that's up to the board to determine. And they will have a chance to address you as well on that
How do they-
question.
How do you make a case that it's not being contributed to that if they're designing this building? I'm looking at the design right here, right?
Well, I just said that the need for the variance is due to the location of the lot being that it's on that cul-de-sac.
Okay.
And the reduced buildable area. But that's it. But no, you're right. I mean,
1,000 square foot
in
building.
any case like this, the owner or the applicant owner has control on what the size of the home. Granted, a lot of these subdivisions, and you'll hear from the applicants tonight, do have that minimum house size requirement. So, and I don't know that. So that's,
Oh, they have a minimum house size where this is at.
they might. I said
Okay.
that
Yeah,
in general, some of these neighborhoods do require that, but that's something that you can ask the applicant.
So, Jenny, if I could interject. So, Mr. Williams, what happens a lot of times is, so the homeowner does not design the lot. The developer designs the lot.
Mhm.
And the county has a minimum footprint for a home. So a lot of times developers are usually trying to get as many lots as they can. So homeowners are sometimes stuck. So it's really up to the board to decide in a situation like this, has the applicant done everything the board thinks is sufficient
Right.
to grant them a variance if they meet all the criteria based on the board's analysis. Does that help?
Yes, it does help. Yeah. Yep. So
I just want you to understand that the applicant has, either paid for or designed a home,
right.
but where they're putting the home, that was before they got there.
I see the lot there was already there, and there could be some things. For instance, there could be some design minimum house size, those kind of things.
Yes, sir.
All right, appreciate it.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Yeah, and in this subdivision in particular, like Kevin's saying, it was designed for some reason to have these narrow lots. I mean, it met the RR3 requirements, but because of the way it was designed, there are a lot of issues with the lots. So.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thanks. I'm just trying to get some clarification. I guess we'll hear more from the applicant.
Does anyone else have a question of staff? Very good. Ms. Working, would you please bring on the applicant and swear them in?
Yes. Miss Marshall, you don't have your video on, but it says you're unmuted. Can you hear us? Oh, there she is. I see you now. Okay. Okay, so it says you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. For some reason. Here, let's try this. Try it. Okay. Did that work? Because maybe you're under Mr. Marshall's account. It's hard when you got two people logged in.
Now can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so what you're gonna have to do, yep, is get her off. Yeah, that's what happens if there's two
Okay.
people on. There's a lot of feedback. Okay, let's
Okay.
try that again.
Sorry about that.
No, no worries.
Okay, start my video. Now can you see me?
Yes. Okay. So I'm going to swear you in. I can swear both of
Gary,
you. I can swear both of you in at the same time, but you have to just one person at a time speak, okay? But I'll go ahead and swear both of you in. So please
Okay.
raise your right hand. I will say the oath and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do.
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Marshall.
Good afternoon.
Good. It's a pleasure to have you here today. Please tell this board why we should approve your application.
Well, a lot of the points were already brought up by Ms. Working, where this piece of property, I think it's a unique piece of property in that parcel because it's bordered at the top by wetlands and at the bottom or the southeast side by the Wando River. So you're kind of put in it's a peninsula, or looks like a peninsula, and you're squeezed on both sides. With the 50-foot setbacks, the buildable area is so small, I mean, you really couldn't put any structure on there. And with the 35-foot setbacks, it still was it was only giving you 37 feet in the middle of just the way that's shaped and how close something comes to the wetlands, 37 feet of buildable area, which our builder has told us was pretty much impossible to build on with 37-foot wide, and it actually narrowed down to 20 feet. As you can see, that critical area kind of moves on the piece of property. So we had our builder design a home site that would fit if we were able to achieve a additional 10-foot setbacks. And as you can see from the drawing, it's really tight. With a lot of that house, even with the 10-foot setbacks. And that's a 2,700 square foot home on the bottom level and 1,300 feet on the second level. So it's not, you know, it's not a giant monstrosity. And the driveway itself, we certainly have no issue with making a part of the driveway that was infringing on the wetlands impervious material, whether it be gravel or something. That's not an issue. We just needed a room to turn around the car when you come out of the garage instead of having to back all the way down that driveway to the street. It's going to be a very narrow driveway with a turn to go back, so it would be difficult to do that without having an area to turn around and go out forward. You know, this is certainly a unique piece of property, and then I think that we did attempt to answer all 7 questions, and I think Ms. Working said that 2 of the 5 for sure we met, and the other ones are up for discussion, whether we met those conditions or not. But I really don't have anything else to add, and we're here for any questions.
Well, thank you, Mr. Marshall. Maybe one of the board members may have a question for you, and then we'll give your wife an opportunity to speak, okay?
Okay.
All right. Does any other board member have a question for Mr. Marshall? Oh, okay. We have Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Marshall, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Sure.
I have basically the same question that I just asked Jenny. I wanted to make sure that you had a chance to review the special conditions that staff recommended. And if you had any questions about those special conditions, or were actually good with those conditions.
So I did have a chance to review the recommendations. I did not have a chance to ask a question. I thought we were going to ask the questions here. The only one that I had a question on was the rain barrel, and what does that mean? Are we capturing like water out of the gutters into a rain barrel system, or how did that exactly work? I don't think I had an issue with any of the other stipulations.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Working, could you, or Ms. Brooks is probably also on, she could probably answer that question as well.
Yeah, so the way I worded that was just basically giving examples. So you don't have to do a rain barrel and a rain garden, but you can do both or one, or those are just some ideas of mitigation measures for stormwater.
Right.
But yes, a rain barrel is basically like what it says is a barrel that connects to your gutter system, like you're saying.
And does it have like holes in the bottom will let the water out slower over time, or it collects that water? Then what do you do with the water after you can use it for irrigation?
Exactly. Watering plants.
Okay.
Good question, Mr. Marshall. Do we have any other board member that has a question for Mr. Marshall? Okay, I don't see any hands. Thank you so very much, Mr. Marshall. I'm going to ask that your wife get a chance to say something if she likes.
I would just like to say thank you for considering our application. We just love the piece of property. We've been in Charleston County for a long time, and it was just such an unusual piece of property. We worked really hard to try and figure out a way to build a house that met the neighborhood criteria and that we would be happy with. And like I said, we just appreciate you taking the time to listen to us.
Very good. Ms. Marshall, when did you guys acquire this property?
We still are under contract. Back in January, I think, January or February, we've been working with the developer, and then we've been working with the builder trying to come up with a solution, because when we went under contract on the property, the initial footprint that we were given, you couldn't even build anything on it. So we've just been trying to work with getting a reasonable, we feel like a reasonable plan for everybody, and especially in the neighborhood around. We don't want to, cause any issues. We just would like to build a house that meets the other criteria, the other homes. I don't know off the top of my head, we do have to meet certain height requirements within the home. They have to be like 9 or 10 feet or something like that. So we just did our best to try and, do what would fit on the lot. So thank you.
And who is your builder or architect that you're using?
His name is Jonathan Gant, is the builder.
I was wondering if were there size requirements on these homes for that neighborhood?
There are. I just don't know off the top of my head. I could go look up. What
Yeah, there are minimum
square feet.
footage requirements for the neighborhood from the HOA association.
What neighborhood is that again?
Paradise Island.
All right, appreciate it.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any question of Ms. Marshall at this time? If not, Mr. and Mrs. Marshall, we thank you for coming before this board and answering any questions that we had.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay on. I'm just going to mute you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So the owner's representative is on. I'm not sure if she wants to speak or not, but I'm trying to give the owners opportunity to participate as well if they want to. So get her on real quick. Hi, Lauren.
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to speak?
I don't need to speak. I'm
Okay.
just here just because I'm representing them as the
Okay. No problem.
seller, as a buyer's agent. Thank you, though.
All right.
We have anybody else that's working?
No, so there are no other speakers, and we do not have any speakers in opposition for this case.
Very good. Very good. Board members, do you have any other questions of staff? For staff, I should say.
So question for staff right here.
Mr. Williams, go ahead.
Ms. Workins, so basically they're asking for 25 feet rather than 35 feet buffer?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, at this time, I'll close this portion to the public, and I'll ask for a motion to approve or deny this application. BZA -0321-00472. Do I have anyone that would like to make a motion to approve or deny? Mr. Borkin, my steady, go ahead. Let's see what you got.
I'd like to move that we grant the application for the variances requested by the applicants in BZA case number 03-21-00472. Based upon staff's reports, testimony of the applicants, and other supporting documentation, I find that it does meet all of the 7 criteria. It meets criteria 1. There are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. It is an irregular shape. It's bounded by wetlands on most sides of it. It's got a very narrow driveway. And again, based on all of that, the building area was going to be unreasonably restricted. So I think the site plan submitted by the applicants shows that they have worked very hard to make the house fit on an irregular shaped piece of property, dealing with the setbacks and the critical buffer. I find that it meets criteria 2. These conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. It is because it is an irregular shaped property. It is different than other properties and makes building on it that much more of a challenge. Criteria 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit and unreasonably restrict the utilization of property. I find that it would unreasonably restrict because, again, trying to meet the setbacks and critical line buffer requirements would be extraordinarily difficult to build a house of adequate size. Criteria 4, the authorization of this variance will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by granting a variance. It will have a substantial buffer remaining in the house being constructed as planned, and they are going to take steps with the conditions imposed, if this be approved, to mitigate stormwater discharge. Criteria 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district to extend physically a non-conforming use of land or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. It does not, it meets that criteria. Criteria 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. They didn't subdivide this property, the developer did, and unfortunately, the shape of this lot makes it very difficult to put a house on it. And I think they've done a commendable job with their architect and builder to come up with a plan that respects the critical line areas and provides for an adequate home. Criteria 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or purposes of the ordinance. It does not. And that I would include the 4 conditions of staff. 1, prior to commencing construction, silt fencing shall be installed along the critical line. The silt fencing shall be maintained for the duration of construction. 2, the applicant shall use stormwater mitigation measures such as use of rain barrels or rain gardens to reduce the flow of stormwater into the marsh. 3, the portion of the driveway that encroaches into the 35-foot OCRM critical line buffer shall be constructed using pervious materials. And finally, 4, the encroachment areas shall be limited to the footprint areas shown on the submitted site plan.
Thank you, Mr. Borkin. Mr. Nelson, I see your hand up for the second already. Very good, sir. So we have a motion that has been moved and seconded. Question? None. Ms. Working, would you please call the roll for the vote?
Yes, Mr. Ray,
Aye.
Mr. Boykin,
Aye.
Miss Allison,
Aye.
Mr. Freeman,
Aye.
Mr. Marchant,
Aye.
Mr. Nelson,
Aye.
Miss Switzer Smalls,
Aye.
okay, Mr. Williams,
Aye.
and Mr. Woodall.
Aye.
It's unanimous approval with the 4 conditions.
Very good. Mr. and Mrs. Marshall, congratulations. Your application has been approved. Within 10 business days, you'll get information from the staff letting you know the next steps to take. Please, sir, please, ma'am, make sure that your builder gets all these criteria, these 4 conditions, I should say, that they incorporate everything into your plans so that whenever this application is checked, you'll be in compliance, okay?
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
Very good. Once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Staff, board members, the next case that we have is BZA 473, and that would also be done by Ms. Working.
Yeah, I'm doing them all tonight.
Ah, boy.
All right.
Hopefully some help with questions though, but so the applicant and property owner is Randall Taylor Lee. The property is located at 1402 Dupree Creek Drive, and that's in the east area. This property is also in the Paradise Island subdivision. The tax map number is 617-1500039. The zoning is rural residential RR3 zoning. And this request is to reduce the required 35-foot OCRM critical line buffer by 12 to 23 for proposed steps, by 9 to 26 for a proposed porch, and by 19 to 16 for a proposed driveway. And below are the sections of Zeldar, and in this case, it's just Article 9.7. Again, the intent of the wetlands and setbacks is to provide that transition zone and to protect the water quality and wildlife habitat. Yep. Okay. And again, the definitions for the buffer, wetland, and the OCRM. This lot is a flag, what we call a flag lot, and that's a lot with access provided to the bulk of the lot by means of a narrow corridor. You'll see that when we show the site plan surveys and plats. Again, this is Article 9.7. And this is the zoning map. So you can see that long, narrow corridor is their access to the property. And that's we call a flag lot. And zoomed out and zoomed in. So this property is also vacant. It's 0.89 acres of highland. And here's some photos of the subject property. More photos of the property. And some surrounding properties, one that's established and one being built currently. And Dupree Creek Drive. Criteria. So for this one, we said that it may meet criteria 1, 3, 4, 6, and 7, and that it meets 2 and 5. We are suggesting 4 conditions. 1, prior to commencing construction, silt fencing shall be installed along the critical line. The silt fencing shall be maintained for the duration of the construction. 2, the applicant shall use stormwater mitigation measures such as the use of rain barrels or rain gardens to reduce the flow of stormwater into the marsh. 3, the portion of the driveway that encroaches into the 35-foot OSRM critical line buffer shall be constructed using pervious materials. And 4, the encroachment area shall be limited to the footprint areas shown on the submitted site plan. This is the site plan. So the front of the lot, we were able to reduce this lot per Article 9.7, but also an article in Chapter 4. So we reduced the 50-foot front setback down to 35 feet. Because that setback's measured from the property line, not from the streets, in this case of a flag lot. And this is the survey, and you can see the critical line goes in and out, but it's generally going into the property line. And this plat was created in 1995. It's lot number 6, and OCRM setbacks and buffers were established in 2001. So this is the phase 1 of the subdivision. And I think that's everything for me. Do you guys have questions?
Mr. Marchand, what question do you have, sir?
It's working. I probably should have asked this in the last case, but I think it still applies to this case. Is it fair to say that oftentimes when these neighborhoods are originally developed and designed, that the OCRM setbacks and critical line setbacks may have changed last 20 or 30 years? And oftentimes the intent of the developer is to create lots that are buildable at the time. And because we've changed over time, now these lots are unbuildable and therefore require these kind of variances. Is that fair?
Yeah, so definitely in this case, because this was platted in 1995, which was before we even had a setback. So probably at that time, there was a rear setback of 30, and that's it. But that would only be like, so from the actual rear, you know, because the 50-foot setback from OCRM and the 35-foot buffer is from wherever the critical line is. And in a lot of these cases, it could be surrounding most of the property. The previous case, that one was platted in 2004. So I know we did have those setbacks already established.
It begs the question of the premise of these to begin with, right? And how those lots are laid out by the original designers. So
yeah, and again, in this subdivision in particular, I mean, obviously the goal was to get as many waterfront lots as possible while still meeting the waterfront standards. And Sally may know more of the history, but I do know like the waterfront standards are maybe more strict than they used to be, where we do require like a wider lot now to create a waterfront lot, where maybe before we didn't. I can look into that some more for next time, but I know we do now. We require the lots to be wider than a normal interior lot.
Very good. Mr. Borkin?
Just real quick, Jenny, I just kind of grin. This kind of reminds me of the Charleston single houses downtown. I mean, the way these lots are, it's almost like they'd have to have a structure similar to those.
Right. Yeah.
Thanks.
Mr. Williams, you had a question, sir?
Yeah, my question was, I'm trying to get an idea about what marshlands these lots are at, or what tributary, what rivers are they nearby? What's the waterfront?
These are all deep water. I believe it's the Wando River.
The Wando River.
Yeah.
Say again.
This is the Wando. This is actually a river, so it's the Wando River.
That's the Wando River.
And
okay.
Please correct me if I'm wrong. If somebody else, but I'm pretty sure.
You are correct.
Okay.
So that's down there down past the Cook River, or by 526 somewhere. Off 526.
I'm not sure how to answer that because I know where it is.
These are up close to Allendale.
Right.
Yeah, this
right.
is east of 41.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were asking me by car or by boat. I can tell you by car.
By car, yeah.
Yeah, so Allendale, yes, Allendale.
I see. All right, appreciate it.
Does anyone else have a question of staff? Ms. Working, is the applicant available? And if so, could you please swear them in?
Okay. Mr. Lee? Let me make sure we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, if you can please raise your right hand, I will say the oath and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name and address, Mr. Lee.
Randall Taylor Lee, and my current address, you say, is 2467 Bergeron Way in Mount Pleasant.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Lee. We appreciate you coming before this board this afternoon. And please tell us why we should approve this application.
First of all, thank you all for hearing this request as well. A lot of similar points were made by the previous applicant, and in listening to the conversation, a lot of that applies as well. This is a very narrow lot. The actual buildable area is a very narrow area, and you can see from the site plan that the proposed home, it is raised, but it is single level. Is a narrow, long structure to fit within the outlined buildable area. The variance requested is really simply to get steps so you can actually enter the house at the front door. The porch request, that is an elevated porch. That is simply to complete the porch. So I don't have to stop the porch and then start it again just to avoid that critical line. And then as the site drawing, also show the very, very narrow entrance that is basically just a little bit wider than the standard driveway. A pervious material would be used. That is the plan. And it's really just to ensure that I can get in and out of the house through stairs, and make sure that I can get the vehicle down the driveway. That would be my consideration, or my request for consideration.
Very good, Mr. Lee. Very good. Hold tight for us. I want to see if any board member has a question for you. Okay.
Certainly.
Mr. Williams, I see your hand first.
Good evening, Mr. Taylor Lee. How's it going?
Going well, thank you.
Quick question. You mentioned the elevated porch. Is that elevated on the first floor or second floor? Or
well, this is raised, but it's a single level. So this isn't a two-story house. It's just a single level. So this is just basically the front porch that will be what 10 feet off the ground.
And that porch extends out a little bit. That's what you're trying to.
Right, with the raised structure.
Okay, so you're gonna have. I guess it is you probably need to have cement holding the porch down and all that. That's what the buffer area is for, right? That's what you're asking for, that additional space.
It's just that raised porch will extend out over the property line. It would be a wooden type porch that goes around, but as the diagram shows, the rest of the house structure sits right within that buildable area, but that one portion of the porch in the drawing is reflected by that 30-foot and 26-foot. Yeah, right there. That's what basically sticks out past that
35 feet. I see. Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Certainly.
Yeah, and just to clarify too, it's really more of the driveway pad in this situation where you see like the cars. I don't have an exact measurement, but it would be measured off this line 35 in. So the flag is certainly fine, the flag portion.
And then you mentioned an impervious driveway, right? The material for the driveway?
Sure. That's quite frankly desired by me, and I think it's good for the area out there. So yes.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have a question of the applicant? Mr. Nelson?
I just had the same question that I had before. I just want to make sure that, Mr. Lee, you've read the conditions and you understand what staff is proposing in terms of impervious surface and stormwater treatments for the residents.
Yes, sir, I do. I have read those, completely understand them, have no questions, and can definitely comply to those.
Good deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you so very much, Mr. Lee. Ms. Workin, do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application?
No, we don't have any other speakers for this case.
At all?
No.
Include in opposition?
That's correct.
Very good. Okay, board members, do we have any other questions of staff? None? Hearing that, or seeing that in this case, I'll close this application to the public. And I'll ask for a motion to either approve or deny this application. Mr. Marchant, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the case of BZA number 0321004733, I make a motion to approve based on meeting all 7 criteria. Criteria 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to a particular piece of property. As discussed earlier, it's certainly an odd-shaped flag lot. And at the time of development and planning of the parcel many years ago, conducive to building in 2021 was probably not understood nor perceived with current day's setbacks. And so certainly it meets this criteria. These conditions, and item number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. It is a unique and irregular shaped lot, being flag shaped and very narrow, and it does meet this criterion. As item number 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. I think the applicant has done a good job designing a single-story residence that lightly affects the plan, and in this case, the driveway and the porch are really the only 2 items that are affecting the setbacks, and I believe it does meet this criterion. Item number 4, the authorizations of the variance will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of this variance. It certainly meets the character of the neighborhood and the intent of the development, and so therefore does not cause any harm to the public good or the character of the zoning district. So I think it does meet this criterion. Item number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district to extend physically or not of non-conforming use of land, or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. The fact that property may be utilized more profitably should a variance be granted may not be considered grounds for a variance. The request does meet this criterion in such as staff says the variance does not allow a use that is non-permitting in the zoning district, nor does it extend physically non-conforming use of land or change in the zoning district boundaries. Criteria number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. As stated previously, I believe the planning of the parcel predates much of the existing setbacks, and again, a good use of design on the applicant's part to create a solution that adequately fits within the surroundings. Therefore, this request meets this criterion. And then lastly, item number 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. Certainly by mitigating rainwater or storm water and holding it will help with this, and therefore it meets this criterion. So that is my motion, and it comes also with the 4 criteria that are recommended by staff. So prior to commencing construction, a silt fence shall be installed along the critical line. The silt fencing shall be maintained for the duration of construction. The applicant should use some type of stormwater mitigation measures, whether it be rain barrels or cisterns or rain gardens, to reduce the flow of stormwater into the marsh. The portion of the driveway that encroaches into the OCRM critical line buffer shall be constructed of of pervious materials. And the encroachment areas shall be limited to the footprint areas shown on the submitted site plan.
Thank you, Mr. Marchant. Do I have a second? Mr. Nelson, thank you so very much. Board, I have a motion that has been properly moved in second. Ms. Working, would you please call the roll for the vote?
Okay. Mr. Ray?
Aye.
Mr. Boykin?
Aye.
Ms. Allison?
Aye.
Mr. Freeman? Mr. Freeman?
Come back to him.
Okay.
Aye.
Oh, there he is. Thank you. Mr. Marchant?
Aye.
Mr. Nelson?
Aye.
Ms. Switzer Smalls?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
And Mr. Woodall?
Aye.
Okay, so it's unanimous with the 4 conditions.
Fantastic. Mr. Lee, congratulations on getting your application approved. Within 10 business days, you will get information from staff letting you know the next step in the process. Once again, congratulations, and please make sure you give those criteria to your builder and make sure those things are put in place so that you can be in compliance, okay?
Certainly, and thank you all for everything. I appreciate it.
Very good. And good night, sir.
Yes, sir. Good night to you.
Board members, the next application that we have is case BZA 03-21-00475. And Ms. Working is having all the fun tonight.
All right. The applicant and property owner is Glenn Brown. The property is located at 5844 Old Chisholm Road on Johns Island. The tax map number is 220-0000036. It's located in the agricultural residential AGR zoning district. This request is a variance to reduce the required 30-foot setback by 15 feet to 15 feet for a detached accessory structure. And you can find the rear setback requirements in Chapter 4 in Article 4.7, Section 473. A setback is a required minimum distance from a lot line or street right-of-way or OCM critical line that establishes an area within which a structure shall not be erected. This is the chapter or Article 4.7. And as you can see, the property is zoned AGR. The surrounding properties are also AGR. This is a zoomed in aerial. It's a 1.77 acre property. There is a single family home on the property. The structure has been built, and we'll talk about that a little later, but it's a 40 by 60 foot detached accessory structure. The zoomed out aerial shown, it's right off of Chisholm Road. So this is a picture of the property, and that is the structure that was built without permits. And again, the 40 by 60 detached accessory structure. Other pictures of the subject property, so some of the house. They do have a really good buffer in the front. This is the subject property. So it runs adjacent to Mayan Street. You see over to the right, it's really just a driveway, I believe. But And then this is Old Chisholm Road. Okay. So regarding the criteria, we think it meets 5. This case may meet 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. And if you choose to approve the application, we just have one condition, and that's that the applicant property owner shall obtain all required permits for the 40 by 60 foot detached accessory structure storage shed. And this is a site plan. So as you can see, the structure in the rear is located 15 feet and 16 feet from the rear property line. And this is the plat. Those 2 properties were combined on this plat. Any questions?
Mr. Boykin, I saw your hand first, sir.
Sure. Jenny, one quick question. Are the side setbacks for that property 15 feet by chance?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Woodall? Oh, anyone else? Ms. Working, is the applicant available, please?
Yeah.
And if so, could you swear them in?
Okay. He's unmuted. Okay, started. There he is. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. If you can please raise your right hand, I will say the oath and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. How are you, sir? Or good
Good,
evening.
sir.
Good, good. Well, thank you for coming before us today to hear your case. Please
Yes,
tell
sir.
us why we should approve your application, Mr. Brown.
Well, thank y'all for taking the time to look into this. The whole thing is, it's a misunderstanding on my part, and for that I apologize. That's the reason I'm here. Obviously, the tractor shed pole barn is already built. So yeah, it was a misunderstanding on my part. And like Mr. Boykin stated, the setback, it was, you know, I was thinking it was 30 or 15 feet on the rear, just like the sides. The permitting process was a whole nother thing. I just, for the roof structure, I didn't know if you had to do anything as far as the permitting for that. The back property is 15 feet off. I do have a letter from my back neighbor, you know, saying that, you know, he knew the whole time everything was going on. We do have a good buffer. He has a fence to keep his goats in, and it's a good buffer of bamboo between us. The main reason for where I put it, and I wanted it back that close to the back line, was for the natural drainage of the, if you're looking at the shed on the right is a drainage ditch. I wanted the natural flow of the water. It all goes to the front of the property out on the dirt road. So I didn't want to impede the natural flow of the water, you know, as well as keep it on the back further away from the residents. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Okay. Well, I see Ms. Small's hand first. Ms. Small?
Mr. Brown, what's the purpose of the shed, and if you're using it for agriculture purposes, what are you storing in there?
Well, I've got pigs on the property, but a camper and a boat's the primary reason. And to be completely honest with you, the thing started out as a 20 by 40, and I built it myself, but I bought it as a kit, and it was supposed to be a lot smaller. And it just worked out where the guy that I was buying it from had extra material, and it worked in my favor to buy the larger size. It's a large shed, really for what I need, but I figured that I could always find something to do with it.
Just one final question. Do you have anything in there that, like oil or any other substance that may drain into the waterways?
No, ma'am. They'll just be, like I said, primarily a camper and a boat stored, but it's just open air. No, ma'am.
Very good. Anyone else have a question for Mr. Brown? Mr. Boykin.
Good evening, Mr. Brown. How are you?
Good, sir.
It appears to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like it's just an honest mistake. You thought you had the right setback and didn't realize there was one in the back. Would that be a fair statement?
That is fair. And also some of the other things that have been brought to light. The main thing that I was assuming with the permitting process is that if you enclose that building or ever put power or water or plumbing or anything, that's at the point where I'd have to go through the requirements of permitting. Some of that was, I guess, me assuming, and some of it was misguided information by, a contractor buddy. But that's neither here nor there. That's why I'm asking for, permission and a variance.
Makes sense to me. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Williams?
Mr. Brown, how's it going? Along the lines of Ms. Smalls' questioning, what kind of, you said that's a shed. What kind of shed is that? Is it closed shed or open shed? Or?
No, it's an open shed. It's just a roof structure.
Yeah.
It's got the metal trusses that span across, and it's connected by 2x6s. Yeah, with just the metal. And one day, I'm saying, one day I'd like to have some sides on it, but it's just to keep everything out of the weather.
I see. All right, and then you're about 15 feet from. How far are you from the water with that shed?
Oh, there's no water anywhere.
Marshes, the marshland?
Oh, no, I'm not. I wish I was near the marshland.
Okay.
I'm not near the marshland, but so it ranges from 18 feet on the side, I believe, 18 and 16 on the sides. And then the back, I have one post that's 15 and one post that's 16.
Okay.
Is the back rear property.
So the setback is just basically from your line from your property line to the other the
my
next
neighbor's,
property, right?
My neighbor's fence, yes, sir.
Neighbor's line. I see what you're saying. Okay. Thanks for the clarification.
Anyone else have any questions of the applicant? Thank you so very much, Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Ms. Working, do we have anyone else to speak in either favor or opposition to this application?
No, we do not have any more speakers in favor or in opposition.
Very good. Board members, do you have any other questions or staff? Any questions, comments, concerns? At this time, seeing that I see no hands, no questions, I'll close this application to the public, and I'll ask for a vote, or not a vote, but a motion to either approve or deny this application. Mr. Nelson?
In the case of BZA 0321-00475, variance requested 5844 Old Chisholm Road, motion that we approve this variance request. I find that number one, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. From looking at aerials, it does appear that there are actually some trees that it's hard to know whether or not they are grand trees, but certainly would affect the location of the structure that was constructed on the property. These conditions, criteria 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. As per staff's comments, these conditions may not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Therefore, I find that this request does meet this criterion. Condition 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Granted, in this case, the owner would be allowed to continue using the property, I do believe, because of the drainage issues that he mentioned this is a proper location for this shed. Condition 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed. A particular note here, the adjacent property owner has provided a letter of support to the owner. In condition 5, the Board of Zoning Appeal shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district, to extend physically a non-conforming use of land, or to change the zoning district boundary shown in an official zoning map. The fact that the property may be utilized more profitably should a variance be granted may not be considered grounds for a variance. The request clearly meets this criterion. Condition 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. In this case, this is a difficult criterion to get past, because clearly the owner constructed a structure without having a full understanding of the setbacks, but I do understand that mistakes can be made, and in this particular instance, I think that that we can say that this particular criterion has been met. Particularly again, when we look at some of the drainage and tree issues that are also present on the property. And condition 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or purposes of the ordinance. I believe this meets this criterion. In granting this variance, we should include staff's one condition, that the applicant / property owner obtain all required permits for the 40 by 60 detached accessory structure. That's my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Do we have a second?
A second.
Mr. Morgan, thank you so very much. Any questions? Very good. Ms. Working, could you please call the roll?
Okay. Mr. Ray?
Aye.
Mr. Boykin?
Aye.
Miss Allison?
Aye.
Mr. Freeman?
Aye.
Mr. Marchant?
Aye.
Mr. Nelson?
Aye.
Miss Switzer Smalls?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
And Mr. Woodall?
Aye.
Okay, so that's unanimous with the one condition.
Mr. Brown, congratulations on getting your application approved. I'm
Thank
fairly
you.
sure you won't make that mistake again.
No, sir. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Working and Ms. Murray, for your assistance with this.
Very
You're
good.
welcome.
Within 10 business days, you'll get information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process, okay?
Sounds great. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Congratulations again, sir, and
Thank
good
you.
night, sir. Board members, we're moving along pretty good. The next case we have tonight is case BZA-03-21-00476. And should I even say that Ms. Working is doing this one again? She's stealing all the spotlight from everybody tonight.
Right. Yeah, so the applicant in this case is the Charleston County Parks and Recreation Commission. Her name's Penny Westerfelhouse. Oh, I don't think this is right. She's the applicant and the property owner. Yeah, so Mr. Moore is the representative. He's not the owner. So the Charleston County Parks and Rec owns this property. So Mr. Moore is a representative. He's with John, Gary, Taylor, and Associates, Inc. The property is located at 2445 Solid Green Road on James Island, and that's 330-08-00011. It's in the Solid Green Community Overlay and the Residential Area Special Management S3 zoning district. This variance is to reduce the required 15-foot OSRAM critical line buffer by 12 feet to 3 feet at the nearest point for the boat landing phase 2 parking area improvements. And the requirements come from Article 9.7. And again, so in Article 9.7, the intent of the buffer is to provide a visual, spatial, and ecological transition zone between development and saltwater wetlands and waterways, and to protect the water quality and wildlife habitat. And this is just the definition for buffer and OSRM, critical line. Section in Article 9.7. So the end of Soul Agree, there is the boat landing that exists. That's the property we're talking about here that's being redeveloped. Again, it's about approximately an acre. And that's zoomed out. This just shows you the overlay map. And then we have some photos of the subject property. So basically my understanding is that they're paving many of the areas that are now gravel. And more subject property photos. And then the road here. And the applicant will explain the project more, but the main purpose is for ADA compliance. Regarding the criteria, we stated that it meets all 7. And I think we only had one condition for this one. Prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. So they're currently in the site plan review process for this project because it's commercial. And this shows you the plans, the bounds of the project. And this is the plan. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Yeah. Is this Soul Agree area, is this like that Mosquito Beach area, or just trying to?
Yeah, so you pass Mosquito Beach to get to, this is like the very end. You can't go any farther. So yeah, when it ends, that's where the public boat landing is. But yes, yeah, you pass Mosquito Beach and just keep going to the end.
Towards Folly Beach, or before you get towards Folly Beach?
So if you're coming from like downtown, you would take a right on Soul Agree and you just take it all the way down until it stops. That's where it is.
And this is Parks and Recreation, Charleston County?
Yes.
Fine. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Working, is the applicant available, please?
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Can you please raise your right hand? I will say the oath and you'll say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Moore.
Good evening.
Good. Mr. Moore, if you would, please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
Christopher Moore. My home address is 3286 John Bartram Place, Mount Pleasant.
Good. Mr. Moore, are you still at work by any chance?
I am.
Good, good. We're getting our taxpayers' dollars worth out of you tonight.
That's right.
Very good. Mr. Moore, please tell this board why we should approve this application for Charleston County.
Sure. So this is phase 2 of the Soul Agree boat landing renovations. Phase 1 involved adding a new ground out dock to the existing boat ramp. The old ground out dock they were having some issues with, so they put in a new ground out dock, and then they also built a fishing pier on the other side of the boat landing. So that was phase 1. This is phase 2, which involves doing some stuff to the parking area. And as you can see from the photos, this is the Soul Agree Road comes down, and that's the only paved part of this boat landing area. The road ends at the top of the boat landing. So what you see is on each side there is gravel parking, and then right at the head of the ramp there is a turnaround area. So our plan is to add 2 pervious concrete parking stalls for ADA access, and then a sidewalk that links from those 2 parking spaces, a sidewalk that links to the pier and then also to the ground out dock at the boat landing so that we could have access there. In addition, we are also adding a handicap trailer parking spot, which is also going to be a pervious concrete. And again, that's for access to the pier and ground out dock boat landing. The head of the top of the boat landing where the turnaround area is, where people come or turn and back their boats down, we'd also like to pave that area. And that is for just because it's maintenance, it comes down to maintenance because of the turning, the constant turning. It gets potholes and gets a lot of water buildup. We are also taking out some old timber bollards that are there. We're adding a picnic area that has ADA access with an ADA picnic table. And then we're adding some speed bumps and some signage to go along with the boat landing. There's also going to be a kiosk down near the pier. This site is only about 130 feet wide. So it is a very narrow site. So with parking on each side, the road down the middle, there is not a lot of area for buffer. The existing end of the parking area comes right up to about 5 feet from the critical line. So again, nearly all the parking except for the ADA and the turnaround are going to remain as it is as a gravel area. We will be adding some curb stops to help define the parking area a little bit better and those parking spots. But other than that, that is kind of the overview of the project. I will add that this is PRC does have funding from DNR for this portion of the project.
Okay. So, Mr. Moore, are you going to have oversight on this entire project, sir?
I will, yes.
All right. Does any board member have a question of Mr. Moore? Mr. Williams?
Good evening, Mr. Moore. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. So what is your role in this project exactly?
I'm an engineer. I was hired by Parks and Recreation Commission to do the permitting and engineering for phase 1 and phase 2.
Okay. So you're independent or you work for a company?
I work for a company. I'm with John Gary Taylor and Associates.
Okay.
Does anyone else have a question of Mr. Moore? One moment. Mr. Moore.
Yes.
So the bollards that will be put in, what color will they be and what will be their composition?
So they are metal bollards. And I believe on the plans we have them as black with reflective tape around the top. Right now they are, there's some out there that are yellow, but I believe the plan with PRC is to have those repainted black.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else have a question? Mr. Williams, I see your hand again.
2 quick questions. So this is a public boat landing, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then the other question is how far from the actual water is this structure, this parking area going to be? Do you know?
The high tide line, the critical line comes within about 5 feet of the turnaround. So we are right, it ends at the water.
So that's at 3 feet additional, I guess 3 feet to the water, or just your structure you're building ends at the water?
So the structure that we're building are the parking stalls. So we will be to the side of those. So we won't actually be near the water. It'll be more the marsh, and we'll be within. It'll be about 5 feet.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anyone else have a question for Mr. Moore? Well, since Mr. Woodard won't answer this question, he's gonna need a placard with his name on it, at the very end of it, for his new boat that his wife is buying in. So we wanna make sure that gets put in there. I'm just teasing. Thank you so very much. I thought that would make him smile. He doesn't know he's getting a new boat sometime soon here. Very good. Ms. Working, do we have anyone else to speak in favor or opposition of this application?
Mr. Moore, Penny, she doesn't want to speak, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I had a couple of people contact me that wanted to speak, I guess in opposition. However, they are not on. So. And I've checked multiple times. So.
Thank you, Ms. Working.
And also I have their phone numbers, so I could tell there's 3 call-ins, unless that's them, but I have both of their phone numbers, so that's not matching up with those numbers.
They had every opportunity to come on just like anybody else.
Yes.
Okay. So, any other questions? Any other board members have any questions of Mr. Moore? Very good. Thank you. So at this time, I'll close this case to the public. I'll ask for a motion to either approve. Any questions first of staff? At this time, I'll ask for a motion either to approve or deny this case. Do we have anyone that'd like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Moss.
In the case of BZA 0321000476 at 2445 Saul Legree Road, I make a motion that number 1, there are no extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this piece of property. Number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. Number 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Number 4, the authorization of a variance will not be substantial detriment to adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of this variance. Number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district, to extend physically a non-conforming use of land, or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. The fact that the property may be utilized more profitably should a variance be granted, may not be considered grounds for a variance. 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. Number 7, granting the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purpose of the ordinance. I make a motion that we approve this request.
Ms. Smalls, would you also include the last criteria on there, or condition, I should say?
Oh, yes, I see it. I guess it's just one that's listed here.
That's correct.
If approved, the following conditions shall be met. Prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. Sorry.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Small. Do we have a second?
Second.
I knew you was gonna come up strong for me, Mr. Woodall. Thank you so very much, sir.
Gotta get my boat.
We'll talk about that after the meeting, sir. Ms. Working, would you please call the roll?
Yeah. Mr. Ray?
Aye.
Mr. Boykin?
Aye.
Ms. Allison?
Aye.
Mr. Freeman?
Aye.
Mr. Marchant?
Aye.
Mr. Nelson?
Aye.
Ms. Switzer Smalls?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
And Mr. Woodall?
Aye.
All right, that's unanimous with the one condition to complete site plan review.
On behalf of the board, Mr. Moore, Congratulations, this application was approved. We expect you to work very hard and diligent on this to make sure that it's to the very best use of the Charleston County citizens.
Yep,
But within
definitely.
10 days, you'll get information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, sir, and good night.
Good night.
Board members, we're moving along pretty good. Next case we have is case BZA 03-21-00477.
The applicant and property owner for this case is Stephen and Susan Gillespie. The property is located at 247 Wapu Road in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. Tax map number is 350-1000-154, and it's in the single-family residential R4 zoning district. The request is to reduce the required 25-foot front street side setback along an unnamed road by 22 feet to 3 feet for a proposed in-ground swimming pool, and to locate the proposed swimming pool, which is a detached accessory structure, to the side of the principal structure. These requirements are in Chapter 4, Article 4.10. It also explains on a corner or double frontage lot how there are 2 front setbacks. There's technically no rear in this situation, and that the detached accessory structures have to be located on the rear of the lot, even though there's not a rear, but behind the principal structure. So in our interpretation, that would not be to the side of the structure. An accessory structure is a structure that is detached from a principal structure and customarily incidental and subordinate to the principal structure. A double frontage lot is an interior lot that abuts on 2 parallel streets, or that abuts on 2 streets that do not intersect at the boundaries of the lot. Lots with access on a street and alley shall not be considered double frontage lots. Front lot line, the lot line separating a lot from the street that is used as the primary access point to the lot. And the interior lot line is the lot line other than the front lot line. Again, a setback is a required distance from a lot line or street right of way or OCM critical line that establishes an area within which a structure shall not be erected. These are the Zeldar pages from the ordinance. The zoning map, so everything in yellow is in the R4 single family zoning district. Everything in white is in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. This property is 0.59 acres. There is a single family house now on the property. And the zoomed out aerial. So this was the house that was built on the property. And this is showing you the rear to the house, the side of the yard, but also the front from that unnamed road. And this is the area of the unnamed road and Wapu Road. These are some photographs that were provided by the applicant. And since this is a somewhat unique case, I'm going to go through a couple of things here. So again, the subject property is 0.59 acres. It's located at the corner of Wapu Road and an unnamed road, and that's a 50-foot right-of-way. So this unnamed road was originally platted in 1942, and that's the plat shown here. The unnamed road is also shown on the 1945 plat, and that's this plat here. Then if you recall, for some of the returning members, on June 3rd, 2019, the BZA approved a variance to reduce the required 25-foot front street side setback along an unnamed road by 15 to 10, and that was for the residents. However, if you look at the plan that they proposed back in 2019, it's for a different configuration, and the home that was actually built on the property actually meets all the setbacks. So they didn't end up using the variance per se. During that time, they were going through, we had them try to initiate the process with the county to abandon that 50-foot wide undeveloped section. However, on June 25th, 2019, the County Council denied the abandonment of the undeveloped 50-foot section pursuant to their directive dated August 8th, 2007, which references waterfront abandonment policy. That policy states, to the extent the county has an interest, Charleston County, as a general rule, will not relinquish said interest in land that is adjacent to marshland and or water. Exceptions must be approved by the majority vote, which they didn't get. So basically what we're trying to say is this unnamed road that was platted in 1942 still exists. So unfortunately they still have that 25-foot setback. But yeah, normally a swimming pool could be 3 feet from the property line if it's just a regular lot. And then of course the 35 feet from the critical line for R4 lots. Okay. So for the criteria, again, because this is a really unique situation, we thought that it met all of the 7 criteria. And we just have one condition. There are some grand trees on the property. So prior to construction, tree barricades shall be installed by the applicant around the grand trees as described in section 944 of the ordinance. The barricades shall remain up until construction is completed. And of course, those are just going to be the trees that would be impacted by the pool construction. This shows you the site plan. So this is the existing home. So again, so Wapu is the front of the lot. It technically has 2 fronts, but the garage faces Wapu. The front of their home actually faces what I guess is that lot 2. The rear of their home faces the unnamed road, which leads, normally you would put your pool in the rear. But again, in this situation, we consider that the side and it's not behind the house. Behind the house is the critical line. You can see that there. So they meet all those critical line setbacks. So it's just that one front setback we're talking about and just the placement of the the strict interpretation of the ordinance, how the pool is placed. I hope that makes sense. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Martin, I picked my head up and I saw you, sir. What question do you have of staff, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Working, based on what the information y'all sent out, the unnamed road has been claimed by the marsh, it sounds like. Is that right? So, yeah. I mean, is it right of way? Is it just county property? I mean, what is it considered?
It's 50-foot right of way. I mean, when she contacted us, I was like, oh, I remember this one. It went through county council. Then I contacted Public Works and they're like, oh, it actually was denied. And I was like, oh. So I guess I'm not really sure. It doesn't seem like the county would intend to ever clear that. But I don't know if the policy just means they want maybe access, like if they were to put, say, like a crabbing dock or something like that. I would hope that the county would I mean, I don't see the reason why they would need to ever clear that.
But there's no utilities or other items that might typically be within a right of way of a road?
Not that I'm aware of. I think it's just marsh and trees right now.
So when they dig a hole for a pool, they're not going to find like stormwater drains.
Yeah, that I'm sure the pool company will need to look into that because yeah, any kind of cables or drains, like you said.
Question. That's a good question, sir.
Yeah, because the plats are so old, like, but a survey company did the actual site plan, so you would hope that that would have come up in the survey.
Yeah.
Because the plats are too old, they're just showing, the boundaries.
Does anyone else have a question of staff? Mr. Woodall.
So it's an unnamed road in name only, basically. And these poor people they fought to put their house here. Now they're fighting to get a pool, and the county just not gonna let it go, huh?
Well, we're here, like I said, we're recommending approval. We feel like it meets all 7. Yeah, and of course, I don't know what the vote was on council, but it wasn't a majority, so that didn't pass.
Anyone else? Ms. Working, is the applicant available?
Yes.
And if so, could you please swear them in?
I'm working on it, sorry.
Take your time.
All right, Ms. Gillespie?
Okay. Yes.
Did you want to turn, are you able to turn your video on? Oh, there we go.
Okay. Did it do it?
Okay, yeah, we see you. We see like the top of your head. That's a little better.
Sorry about that. It just like popped us out as soon as it was our turn.
No worries. Okay, if you can please raise your right hand, I will say the oath and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do.
I do.
Thank you. And if you can please state your full name and address for the record.
Susan Gillespie, 247 Wapu Road, Charleston.
Steve Gillespie, 247 Wapu Road, Charleston.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Gillespie.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for appearing before us today. Please tell this board why we should approve this application for you. One at a time, please. We want to start with Ms. Gillespie first, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, basically, we are on this unnamed road, which is, I guess, it was in the plot since 1945 is the last one, which is now a very huge, as you can see from the pictures, a very huge tidal marsh area. The way our home is placed, as Ms. Workin was saying, that faces our backyard. The side of the house, which would be, I guess, the back of the house from Wapu, that area does get water from the back end. There's like a little creek that goes in. So we're not able to use that as the pool. And, the back of the house is along the unnamed road, really is the backyard.
Okay.
And if there was a way that we could get rid of this unnamed road, that would be great.
Ms. Gillespie, thank you. How long have you had the property, Ms. Gillespie?
We've
had the lot since 13.
We've had the lot since 2013.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see if any board members have any question for you, Ms. Gillespie. Any board members have a question for Ms. Gillespie? Mr. Marchand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gillespie, Mr. Gillespie, good evening. Thanks
Good
for
evening.
being here. My question is the same that I asked Ms. Working, just out of curiosity. Did y'all do any kind of underground surveying in the event there may be some existing infrastructure from what was supposed to be a road whenever it was planned? My guess is it's not there. I worry about that and how it might affect anything coming to or leaving from that area.
Yes, when I bought the lot, I had the lot core driven to support to see if we needed to have pylons or not, and they did the whole front. The actual unnamed road is literally in the middle of the marsh. There's nothing there but the marsh. And then all the utilities are on Wapu Road. I believe the gases or the plumbing's on the far left side, and the closest to the house is like Twin Storm. So it just goes right there. No plans from that aspect.
Thank you.
Does any other board member have a question of the Gillespie family? Mr. Williams.
Good evening, Gillespies.
Evening.
I just have a quick question about the pool that you're looking to put in. Is there going to be an underground pool? And then so rather than putting it in detached from the house, you wanted to have it right next to the house?
It will be detached from the house by about 15 feet.
No, not 15 feet. It is an in-ground pool, and it's detached from the house. They're like 8 feet, 7 feet, something.
I have a garden.
So just curious, that pool, is that going to be on the side where that, I see that unnamed road right there. Okay. Yeah, so that's going to be on the back side where that non-existent road was, right?
Right.
Okay, I'm just trying to get an idea of the.
And even at the end of the pool, where, because we're not looking at a ginormous pool, even at the end of the pool, by the end of the pool, there'll still be 30 feet to the tidal marsh.
Okay, and the reason the reason for the variance is because of that old, I guess, non-existing road, but it exists on paper.
Right.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to make one point too, again, so in detached accessory structures in the R4 zoning district can be 3 feet from the interior lot line. But again, because this is the unnamed road, it's a front lot line. And to her point as well, it does have to be 6 feet from the principal structure. So there is that separation needed, but they are 3 feet from the lot line.
Thank you, Ms. Worth.
If that helps.
Yeah, that helps. I was just trying to get the layout.
Do we have any other board member with a question from the applicant?
I guess one other question, because somebody asked about the possible wires from the old street. How deep is that pool going to be?
6 feet. 6 feet.
Yeah, 6 feet.
3 feet to 6 feet, I think.
Okay.
Again, I had that area core drilled. There's nothing in that whole side of the.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Gillespie. Please hold on just one moment. Ms. Working, I have to ask, do we have anyone else to speak in favor or opposition of this application?
No, we do not have any other speakers for this case.
All right, does any other board member have any other question for staff at this time? If not, I'll close this case to the public. And at this time, I'll ask for a motion either to approve or deny case BZA 03-21-00477. Mr. Williams, I see your hand first, sir.
I move to approve this variance request. And based on looking at criteria number one, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. Considering that the history of this property, that is true. Number two, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. Again, because of the location of this house, that applies. Number two applies. Because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. That applies as well, due to the history of this property in this unnamed road. Number four, the authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties or to the public good, or the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. As mentioned by the staff, these types of pools do exist in other properties that are residential. Pertaining to number five, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use of not otherwise permitted in a zoning district, to extend physically a non-conforming use of land, or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. The fact that property may be utilized more profitable if a zoning variance is granted should not be considered grounds for granting a zoning variance. So we're not considering that. That's not grounds for consideration in this case. Number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. And again, pertaining to the history of this property and the fact that this road is not being used anymore, that is the case. Number 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan of the purposes. That is the case because this is a residential district, and other residents have pools. And I also add the condition recommended by staff that the barricades be put around the grand oaks that exist on the property until the end of the construction of the pool, of this particular pool.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you so very much. Now that we have a motion that has been properly moved and second, Ms. Working, would you please call the roll for the vote?
Okay. Mr. Ray?
Aye.
Mr. Boykin?
Aye.
Miss Allison?
Aye.
Mr. Freeman?
Aye.
Mr. Marchant?
Aye.
Mr. Nelson?
Aye.
Miss Switzer Smalls? Miss Smalls?
Sorry, aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
And Mr. Woodall?
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous.
Mr. and Mrs. Gillespie, congratulations on getting your application approved. We wish you the best of luck in all your endeavors regarding this pool. And within the next 10 business days, you will get information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Okay?
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you very much. And a special thank you to you, Miss Working, and Miss Murray for helping me with all of this. So, and thank you so much to the board.
Yes, you're welcome. Great people to work with. You're very fortunate.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good night, folks.
Good night.
So at this time, staff and board members, we will take a 10-minute break, okay? So Ms. Working, if you could, you call the roll and see if we can have a break.
Do we have to call the roll?
No,
Calvin?
not,
I don't think so.
no, we don't.
Okay, I'm just gonna,
And we will resume at 7:10.
okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Board members, at this time, we will resume our meeting. Ms. Working, would you please start the recording?
Yes, I'm recording right now. So the next case tonight is BZA 03-21-00478. The applicant is William B. Godwin, Alliance Consulting Engineers. The property owner is Charles Lang, and he's with Ladson Associates LLC. The property is located at 3290 Benchmark Drive in the North area. TMS number 390-000001, and it's located in the industrial zoning district. The variance request is from the off-street parking and loading standards of Article 9.3 for a proposed warehouse and distribution facility. And again, that's Chapter 9, Article 9.3. These are the ordinance sections here. And the zoning map. So everything that's shown in purple is industrial. Red, the bright red is community commercial. Yellow is R4 single family. And then you have like a lighter kind of red orange color that's mobile home park. So the site is 26.94 acres. There's 2 existing industrial buildings, like you can see them in this aerial photo. The new building, the proposed building is 190,000 square feet. And that would be located in that wooded area. Let's see. This new building requires the 227 parking spaces. There are 40 existing parking spaces on the site, and the applicant proposes to add 48 spaces for a total of 88 parking spaces that will be utilized for all 3 of the buildings. Next. And this is just a zoomed out aerial. It shows that they're off of Highway 78. This is the area they began, they got clearing permits and started clearing from the area. This shows existing parking in existing buildings. Just more pictures of the subject property. And these are the adjacent properties, all industrial. This is Benchmark Drive. This is an exhibit provided by the applicant, so we might have to go back to that one later if they want to pull that up. And regarding the criteria, we said that it may meet 1, 3, 6, and 7, and that it meets 2, 4, and 5. We are recommending 2 conditions. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, the applicant shall comply with all other applicable ordinance requirements as determined by the planning staff and as outlined in the letter from Alliance Consulting Engineers dated March 9th, 2021, that certifies they will comply with the ordinance, including but not limited to pedestrian access and tree protection and replacement. This is the site plan showing the proposed building and some of the parking. And the plat, and this shows existing conditions. But that lot line was abandoned on this plat. Do you have any questions for me?
Does any board member have a question of staff? I do. Ms. Working, so initially they said, well, it's required to have 290 parking spaces?
It is for the site in whole, so for all 3 buildings, it would be 227 parking spaces. But they're proposing to have a total of 88.
Why not the full amount?
That's a question for the applicant.
Yeah. Okay.
But of course, they're adding the 190,000 square foot building, so.
Okay, Mr. Borkin.
Jenny, I'm just trying to look at the pictures. It looks like mostly what's going on out there is like warehouse and trucking.
Yes.
And I would say it would almost kind of go against common sense to have a whole bunch of car parking spaces for a place that's a distribution center or I can see why they wouldn't have the need of it. You know, they're going to have tractor trailers going in and out of there, and they certainly need the space for that type of thing. And I think the letter said they only have like 60 employees at max at the busiest time. So I can see the rationale, them not wanting to have to use up a lot of their space for parking spaces for cars that won't ever be parking there. So am I following that right?
Yes, it is a proposed warehouse and distribution facility, and that's what the current buildings are as well. So yeah, their position, and again, they can state their position, but I believe their position is that they don't need that many parking spaces for their 3 uses. The issue, before I forget to mention, is, you know, what if this changes in the future? What if the use of the building changes in the future? And then we don't have enough parking for it.
Well, I would almost say though that that would also not allow it to change in the future. They would have to use it for what they intended to now. I mean, you know, I guess they could tear a building down and create parking spaces if that was an issue.
But if it's sold, then you had something different. Mr. Williams, you had a question?
Question for the staff. So what all, what kind of usages does this zoning allow? Because you have warehousing in this case. What other possible future uses could there be?
Any kind of industrial use. Typically, there's not going to be any residential uses in industrial and not that many commercial uses. So it's industrial warehouses,
Could there be like assembly lines and those kind of things? Like
yes. Yeah,
like
manufacturing.
manufacturing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in that case, that could call for the need for more spaces in that case.
Yeah, there is a possibility, like in the future, that they might not have enough spaces for a future use.
What's the reason for the 227 spaces? Was there a formula for that or what?
Yes, it's one parking space per 300 square feet of office area, plus one per 600 square feet for the first 12,000 square feet, plus one per 900 square feet for the remaining warehouse area. That's over 12,000. So. And that's our formula for this use for warehouse and distribution.
And in this case, they are proposing how much office area and how much warehouse space?
I don't have that information in front of me, but I know the office area is not that big.
Okay. And then the warehouse, so you have part of the formula is a certain number of spaces per square footage of warehouse usage, right?
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Marsart, I saw your hand next. Then Mr. Balkin, I'll come to you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and members, I apologize. I just realized this. I'm going to have to recuse myself from this case. And if there's something formal I need to do, let me know. But I apologize for not saying that before we started. It just occurred to me.
Yeah, I think as long as you can stay on and just
I'll go off video.
mute yourself, and you just can't participate in discussion or vote. So.
Right, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Borkin?
I was just going to, I guess, comment that this is a situation where, a private owner is building to suit for an approved use in that industrial zoned area. And I can see that what the county's trying to do is have a one-size-fits-all formula for general purposes. But this is almost like why we have variances, because we got to be able to accommodate situations like this where they don't need all those parking spaces and they're putting up the capital to, I guess, to build to suit because they own the property and they're already in the, I guess, warehousing distribution business out there. And I guess that was my point, is that I understand there's a general rationale of why these formulas exist for spaces, but this is like a case where, it's almost counter productive, I guess, for them to have spaces they'll never use.
Ms. Working, one more question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Williams.
So how does this apply to other warehousing facilities? Is working with this formula? Same formula applies, or what?
Yes. Can you go back to the first slide, the very first slide? The formula is going to apply for any warehouse. If you look at the bottom, one per 300 square feet, plus one per 600 square feet for the first 12,000 square feet, plus one per 900 for remaining warehouse. And that's for warehouses over 12,000, which this one.
I guess my other question is, with the building that they're trying to build, is there space for parking to build that 227 parking spaces, do you think? Based on the building that they're trying to build?
I mean, I'm not a designer, so I can't actually answer that, but the bigger the building, obviously, the more parking you need and the less space you're going to have to put the parking. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Let's go to this.
26 acres of space altogether?
Yes, that's right. The whole property where all three buildings will go is 26 acres.
Oh, I got it. Okay. Thank you.
Walken?
Jenny, I'm just going to go back to this again. If it was a factory and they had employees and that type of thing, which I get, this formula applies to all those types of uses in industrial zone if it's being built there based on these figures. But it almost like that requirement starts to unreasonably restrict what people can and can't do in those areas if they can't build a suit, even though it's an approved use of the property. And we really can't get in the business of worrying about what somebody else may do with that building down the road. That's kind of on the owner. He's going to be restricted in who he can sell or how they can use the property, but they certainly can deconstruct a building if that became, you know, a need in the future. But that's just, I'm not trying to understand how this is almost a one size fits all formula where it may not be the best way to do it, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Boykin. Do we have any other members that has a question of staff? Very good. Ms. Working, is the applicant available? And if so, would you please swear him or her in?
Yes.
Got
I'm asking him to unmute and, okay, I think he's got his video on. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry.
Okay.
Wasn't
Hi.
sure if you were going to do all that or if I needed to do something.
We're both hidden.
Yeah.
Please raise your right hand. I will say the oath and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth I do.
I do.
Okay, and if you can just state your full name and address for the record.
Yes, ma'am. William B. Godwin, Jr. My home address is 298 Commonwealth Road, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, 29466.
Good evening, Mr. Godwin.
Good evening, sir. Thank you all. Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming before us tonight and telling us why we should approve this application, sir. And please tell us the role that you take in this position of this application.
Yes, sir. We are the engineer of record for the site development for this project. And I think many of the points were stated there. This is for a distribution, not a manufacturing facility. And it's kind of blending what's already there with the expansion they need for the growth of their business, adding the additional warehouse space. And really, they just don't need that much parking. So 227 spaces would be an additional 140 spaces, which is about a half an acre of additional asphalt. So one of the things we always try to do is keep the overall development to a minimum size and keep the impervious area, particularly asphalt, to a minimum. So to keep their operation compact and minimize the area, the footprint of the whole area, connecting this to kind of the flow through of the existing facilities that are there, helps us keep down to about 13 acres of expansion. And the alternative to make their operation work and get the expansion they need for what's now in 26 acres if they were to go to another site, they would need a total of about 600 spaces for this same square footage that they have on the entire site. They would need roughly 35 acres of a different site to develop. In addition to all additional parking, we can utilize this site, keep it more compact, utilizing some of the existing stormwater management facilities instead of having to build new ones somewhere else. So I think the overall theme is just that they don't need that parking. It would be unnecessary. It would be additional, area to develop that we feel like in this site, it could be much more compact and kind of minimize the footprint for environmental reasons and just for the overall, this Ladson area, the industrial park.
Okay. Thank you so very much, Mr. Godwin.
Yes, sir.
Does any board member have a question of Mr. Godwin? I have a question for you, sir. Now,
yes, sir.
Although the requirements call for 227, do you have space for the 227?
We, for the space they need for the operation, we don't really have space for additional parking without hindering their operation. We could put additional parking there, an additional, I think about 100 spaces, but then we would restrict their operations unnecessarily to keep their flow going. They have areas where they need to move equipment temporarily, put it out of the way, let trucks maneuver through the truck court and then move the equipment back. So we have space kind of set aside for that. That's where potentially additional parking could go. And that would be roughly 80 spaces. And then there's some additional space over to what's the plan, what's west, but plan left, where you can see there where we've got some additional stormwater management. And then we could potentially cut into that. So we've kept it as compact as we can, but we could cut into the truck court area. We could cut into some of their traffic flow area and make the site unusable, but get additional parking spaces, at least about 100, which would keep us still about 40 short of meeting the requirement.
Ms. Working, can you pull up that map there, the site map?
Do you want the site plan?
The site plan, yes, please.
Yeah. I believe too, I think there's like a 70% impervious
There is, yes, ma'am.
limit. So that would be parking and buildings. They might not be able to meet that.
But what about the aerial? Could you pull that up, please? So that area that's in the green, that's where your new site is going, correct, Mr. Godwin?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And then out of that, you got to have your additional parking in there, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Mr. Nelson, I saw your hand.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Godwin. I just wanted to confirm that a future user of this property could potentially put as many parking spaces as they needed in the paved area that you're using for operations, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir. For this operation, just the dimensions and that they need the space they need for all the different vehicle and equipment maneuvers, that would obviously restrict this one. But if a different user with a different type of industry were to come in, they could convert some of those areas to additional parking. Yes, sir, that's correct.
Good deal, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Borkin, you had a question?
No, sir, I'm all good.
Mr. Williams, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Godwin, how's it going?
Good, sir, thank you. How are you?
Good, good. So I'm looking at this aerial. You have 26 acres currently. And is your current building you're talking about, the current buildings, is that what those two structures are? Is that a building right there already, or?
Those are two existing buildings, yes, sir.
Okay, and how many acres would the additional building take up that you're trying to put in?
The additional building is 190,000 square feet.
Yeah.
Which is, a little over 4 acres, just the building itself.
You've got 4 acres. And then you would need half an acre for the parking possibly. That's 4.5 acres out of 26 acres, right?
No, so that the part that's not developed there, that's only roughly 13 acres.
Okay, so you're saying that there's not enough room for the additional parking needed?
Not for this operation. A different user could use some of what they're using for traffic flow, for trucks and for equipment. A different user could come in and maybe not need that much space for vehicles and distribution. The tractor trailers, if they didn't have a high volume of tractor trailers coming through, if it was a few trucks a week rather than however many trucks per day, then they wouldn't need that much space for traffic flow.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yes, sir.
What are those current buildings there for? Is there now?
Those are for their distribution. It's logistics.
Similar uses to the building you're getting ready, you want to build? You looking to build?
Same use, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else have a question of Mr. Godwin? Mr. Woodall.
I was going to go with staff. Sorry.
Okay. Anyone else have a question of the applicant? Thank you, Mr. Godwin. Please hold tight.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Workin, do we have anyone else to speak in favor or opposition?
Yes, we have Mr. Brackett. And he's speaking in favor.
Okay.
Okay, there he is.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you please raise your right hand? I will say the oath and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth I do.
I do. Yes, ma'am. Thank you all for having me. I'm on the team with Brett and the tenant, and we've been working with these guys a little over 18 months to develop this site plan and this program. They're a longstanding tenant in the county. They've been here since 2014. Very familiar with their operations and what their facility needs. We kind of did a labor management study, and at a peak time, they're going to need 55 parking spaces for employees, and right now we've planned for 88, so we've gotten a little over 150% of what they'll need at their very, very peak hours. And so we feel that with this updated site plan, we've been able to provide additional parking, and as Brett said, kind of responsibly develop to keep our footprint down. So they're excited to work in the county and hopefully expand. And I'm just here to answer any other questions that you guys might have.
So good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, sir. My name is Ben Brackett. My address is 831 O'Sullivan Drive, and that's in Mount Pleasant, 29464.
Okay, very good. Do we have any board members that have a question of Mr. Brackett? None? Thank you so very much for your testimony tonight, sir.
Thank you all.
All right, Ms. Working, do we have anyone else to speak in favor or opposition?
Do you know if Mr. Lane, so Mr. Lane is the property owner. He was on early when the meeting first started, but I don't see him on anymore. So I'm assuming he's probably not speaking then.
He was having Wi-Fi issues, so I think we're all right to see without him. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he did send a letter of support. So that's all I have then. There are no other speakers for this case.
All right. So do we have any board members that have questions of staff? Mr. Woodall, did you have a question of staff?
Well, I had a question for Mr. Hugie. We've heard a lot of like speculation of future use, but am I correct in thinking that we're only here to look at this case, not what is possibly or could be possibly in the future?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's what tenure to do for you there, folks. That's tenure on this board. Very good, Mr. Woodall. I appreciate that. Watch and learn. Anyone else have a question of staff? Very good. At this time, I will close this case to the public and ask for a motion to either approve or deny this particular application. Mr. Freeman, chair recognizes you, sir.
Okay, based on case, BZA case 03-21-0047A, meets criteria when there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. Based on criteria 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. Criteria 3, because these conditions, the application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent property or the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. Criteria 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district to extend physically or non-conforming use of land, or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. The fact that the property may be utilized more efficiently should be a variance should a variance be granted, may not be considered grounds for a variance. 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own action. 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan of the proposed ordinance. And along with the staff recommendation, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. And number 2, the applicant shall comply with all other applicable ordinance requirements as determined by planning staff as outlined in the letter from the Alliance Continuing Consulting Engineer dated March 9, 2021 that certified that they will comply with the ordinance, including but not limited to pedestrian access and tree protection and replacement.
Very good, Mr. Freeman. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, I saw Mr. Nelson's hand first. Thank you, sir. Ms. Working, could you please call the roll for the vote, please? Questions, first of all. Any questions? Comment? Ms. Working, please call the roll for the vote.
Okay. Mr. Ray?
Aye.
Mr. Boykin?
Aye.
Miss Allison?
Aye.
Mr. Freeman?
Aye.
Mr. Nelson?
Aye.
Miss Switzer Smalls?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Nay.
And Mr. Woodall?
Aye.
Okay, so that's 7 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 recused. It passes.
Very good. Gentlemen, congratulations. Please tell the applicant congratulations. And within 10 business days, staff will let you know exactly the next step to take in this process. Okay? Once again, thank you for your time and you have a good night.
Thank you all.
Very good. Board. Next case tonight is case BZA 03-21-00479. And this is in the Johns Island area. Who represents the Johns Island area? Show of hand. What board member? Mr. Borkin, right up your alley, sir.
Mr. Nelson does too.
Yes, sir. Very good.
Okay, the applicant is Nicola Budasavicic, and hopefully I did okay with that. The property owner is Rick McGee. The property is located at 4044 Gift Boulevard on Johns Island, and the TMS number is 24902000044. The property is located in the agricultural AGR zoning district, agricultural residential. And the request is to remove a 28-inch DBH grand live oak tree in order to construct a residence. This is in Chapter 9, Article 9.4, Section 945B. Just a couple of definitions for you. A certified arborist is a person certified by the International Society of Arboriculture. Diameter breast height, DBH, is the total diameter in inches of a tree trunk or trunks measured at a point 4 1/2 feet above existing grade at the base of the tree. In measuring DBH, the circumference of the tree shall be measured with a standard diameter tape, and the circumference shall be divided by 3.14. A grand tree is any tree with a diameter breast height of 24 inches or greater, with the exception of the pine tree and the sweet gum tree species. And this is the section, so if the tree is not dead, diseased, or dying, then it will require a variance. And we have had the tree evaluated by the county arborist. Again, the properties in the AGR zoning district, and all surrounding properties are as well. The property is 0.98 0.98 acres. It's vacant, but it contains 13 grand trees in the right under 1 acre with 13 grand trees. The tree in question is near the center of the lot in the buildable area. This is the zoomed out aerial. This is a picture of the tree with the pink tape around it. And the tree, I guess it would be, it's to my left, the 28-inch live oak. Again, another picture, another view of that. And then the other picture, the one with the zoning sign in it, those are some trees that will be preserved. All the other grand trees and will be preserved. And just some more pictures of the subject property and surrounding properties. So regarding the criteria, we said it met all 7 criteria. The applicant talks about it a lot in his letter. We looked at a plan that would have impacted more trees. Granted, they might not have been taken down, but they could have died because of the encroachment. So this was like the best plan that he came up with that would preserve the other trees. So it'd be the other 12 trees. So if you want to approve this application, if you think it meets the criteria, here are 6 conditions we are recommending. The one is that the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all the grand trees on site through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the treatment plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit approval for the construction of the residence. 2, prior to zoning approval, the applicant shall install tree barricades around the grand trees to be preserved pursuant to section 944 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. 3, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 28-inch DBH live oak by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2 1/2 2.5 inches in caliper equaling inch-for-inch placement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 946 of ZELDAR, or C, a combination of both A and B. Documentation of the allotted mitigation shall be submitted, reviewed, and approved for the trees prior to removal. 4, the portion of the driveway that is under the drip line of the grand trees shall be constructed using pervious materials. 5, prior to commencing construction, silt fencing shall be installed along the critical line. The silt fencing shall be maintained for the duration of the construction. And 6, the OCM critical line buffer shall be maintained per section 972 of the zoning and land development. I did forget to mention, if you go to the site plan, yeah. So this was the case where they did not have a 40 by 40 buildable area, even with the reduction of the 50-foot setback, OCRM setback down to the 35-foot buffer. They're still not a buildable area, but he is willing to maintain that 35-foot buffer, which is good. And again, preserve the 12 remaining grand trees. And this is a survey showing you the critical line, the plat, subdivision plat. I think I covered everything, but if there's any questions, please let me know.
Okay, does anyone, Mr. Nelson, you have a question of staff?
Yes, Ms. Working, can you just confirm that the applicant worked diligently with county staff to come up with the plan? They stated that in their letter. So.
Yes, it's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Lots of site visits, lots of phone calls and emails and trying to work together. The arborist worked with our planning director while Sally was out on leave and sat down with him and talked about what would be best for the site.
Good, thank you.
Anyone else have a question of staff? Ms. Working, would you please ask the applicant to come on if the applicant is available, and please swear him in, or her.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, if you can please raise your right hand, I will say the oath and you'll say I do. You can both get sworn in if you want. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Okay, and just state your name and address for the record.
Yes, hi, I'm Nikola Vudisavljevic. You did a great job, Miss Working, but it's a difficult one. We are currently at 1807 Whisperwood Road on Johns Island, zip code 29455.
Good evening, folks.
Good evening. Thank you for having us tonight.
Well, thank you for appearing before us tonight. We want to try to get some information from you and find out exactly why we should approve your application. If you would, just one at a time. I know we got both of you there, but sir, we'll start with you. And once we finish with you, then we'll entertain questions from your wife there, I believe, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very good. Please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Okay. Thank you again for your time tonight. We'd also like to make sure we thank Ms. Working and the planning department staff for their communication and thoroughness with us during the variance application process and the report she prepared. My wife, Gabriel, and I, we're under contract currently to purchase the lot at 4044 Gift Boulevard. We're seeking to build our forever home there where we can start and grow our family. I grew up in Charleston. My wife went to college here. Both of our families live in the Low Country. And 6 years ago, we were fortunate enough to both find jobs that allow us to move back to Charleston. And we plan to stay here forever. We've invested a lot of time, money, and energy in the process of purchasing and confirming the ability to build on this lot. Due to the unique nature of how many grand trees are present, especially close to the middle buildable section of the lot, and the drainage area on the southwest corner being designated as a critical area, we've really found no way to build a reasonable home without the removal of at least one grand tree. So in collaboration with the Charleston County Arborist, we determined that the removal of this single tree is the best possible option because it allows the home to be built further away from the critical area of that drainage ditch, as well as reducing or removing encroachments on all the other grand trees on the property. So because the removal of this tree is what's required to accomplish the intended purpose of this lot being a single family residence, and the fact that we believe there's no adverse effects on neighboring properties or the public good, we hope you'll see fit to grant us this variance. My wife and I, we love trees, and the beauty of the trees on this lot are one of the main reasons we actually wanted to move forward with purchasing. We've seen a lot of the unfortunate ways certain builders and homeowners clear land for development, and really wish we could have found any alternative even to removing this single tree. That said, I think we have found the least invasive option that conforms with a home build that is compliant with the neighborhood requirements and reduces more significant encroachments that could have been possible on the grand trees and that critical area. So we're really looking forward to preserving the 12 remaining grand trees and planting several more live oaks around the property that will hopefully become grand trees in the future. Thanks again for your time.
Thank you so very much for that testimony. Do we have any, Mr. Wardall?
Let me ask you a quick question. Is your father Dr.
Yes, yes, sir.
I searched when I saw your name come up, and I made sure. I'm like, and I looked, and I couldn't find it, and I need to recuse myself from this case. So I know his mother, and I'm in real estate, and I'm his mother's broker in charge, and I wouldn't feel right being involved in this case. So I'm going to mute out.
Robert.
Yep.
They were Carolina One.
His mother does work for Carolina One, and I am her direct supervisor. And like I said, I searched it because of the last name, and I couldn't find a connection. So I'm like, okay. However, I will recuse myself now.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone else have a question of the applicant? Mr. Williams.
Good evening, Vudisavljevic. Hope I pronounced that right. Quick question. Where does that oak tree fall as far as where the house is being built? Because obviously it's got to come down, right?
Yeah, so basically removing that tree, we would shift the site plan exactly to where that tree was to move it away from the critical area and all the other grand trees in the middle of the lot. So it's, I don't know if it's possible to zoom in, but it's literally that dot right where Ms. Working's cursor is, right in the middle of the site plan.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
I'm glad you want to keep all of the other trees.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Does anyone else has a question of this applicant?
Are there other properties located next to where you all are going to build?
Yes, ma'am. Directly to the south, there's a neighbor with an already fully developed property. And then to the north, if you can see on this plat, is basically, I think, the only other undeveloped lot in the neighborhood, which was recently purchased by someone else.
The one concern for most folks on Johns Island is all of the new development and flooding. Has that been a concern or something that you all have thought about?
Yes, ma'am. We haven't secured our bill yet, but we're planning on, doing everything we can to reduce any impact on the environment. And again, removal of this tree lets us move the home site further away from all of the critical areas. So we're hoping that further mitigates any impacts there.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone else have a question of the applicant? Thank you, sir. Now I'll give your wife an opportunity to speak if she so would like to.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I also just wanted to thank you all for your time. Ultimately, I worked very closely with Nick to prepare this presentation for you all tonight, so I feel confident in all of his responses, but just wanted to speak and say thank you guys for your time and consideration.
Thank you so very much. Hold one moment. Does anyone have a question of her at this time? Very good. We thank you both. Ms. Working, do we have anyone else to speak in favor or opposition of this application?
No, so there was one letter of support that was in your packet. I did speak to the neighbor to the south today. Of course, she just called me today, unfortunately. But, and our deadline was Friday for letters, but I said that it would be okay if she wanted to send a letter and she didn't get it in even by 5, so.
That's it. Very good. Does anyone have any questions of staff? Any board members have questions of staff? Very good. I see no hands. So at this time, I will close this case to the public, and I will ask for a motion to either approve or deny application BZA-03-21-00479. Anyone? Mr. Boykin? Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. I move that we grant the variance in BZA case 03-21-00479 based on the applicant's testimony, presentation, and the review report of planning staff. I find that it meets all 7 of the criteria. I concur with staff on all their responses. Criteria 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. It's got 13 grand trees. It has critical area all around it. I think it's remarkable the job that planning staff and the applicant have done to come up with only having removed one of those trees and centrally locating the house to lessen its impact on the environment. If I know that meets criteria 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. Many of those lots in there don't have that many grand trees. That's an extraordinary amount. Criteria 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance, this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit and reasonably restrict the utilization of property. We heard from both Ms. Working and the applicant that if we don't grant this variance, they couldn't build a house there. Number 4, the authorization of a variance will not be a substantial detriment to adjacent property or public good, and the character and of the zoning district will not be harmed. To the contrary, the neighbor supports it, and they're doing the applicant's doing everything in their power to lessen any impact they have on a residential lot and the surrounding area. Criteria 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district to extend physically a non-conforming use of land or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on official zoning map. It meets that criteria. Criteria 6, the need of variance is not the result of applicant's own actions. It absolutely, positively is not. It meets that criteria. Criteria 7, granting the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan purpose ordinance. It does not. And I will include the 6 conditions recommended by planning staff. Number 1, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees on site through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the treatment plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit approval for the construction of the residence. Number 2, prior to zoning approval, the applicant shall install tree barricades around the grand trees to be preserved pursuant to section 9.4.4 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. Condition number 3, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 28-inch DBH live oak tree by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2 1/2 inches in caliper equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds in the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 9.4.6 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. Or C, a combination of both A and B. Documentation of the allotted mitigation shall be submitted, reviewed, and approved for the trees prior to removal. Number 4, the portion of the driveway that is under the drip line of the grand trees shall be constructed using pervious materials. Number 5, prior to commencing construction, silt fencing shall be installed along the critical line. The silt fencing shall be maintained for the duration of the construction. Number 6, the OCRM critical line buffer shall be maintained per section 9.7.2 of the Charleston County Zoning Land Development Regulations.
Second.
All right, I think Mr. Merchant jumped in and got a second on us. Very good. Now, now that we have that properly moved in second, Ms. Working. First of all, do we have any questions? Comments? Ms. Working, would you please call a roll for the vote?
Yeah, and I just wanted to say for the record, the letter of support is from the property owner across the street. It is a neighbor, 4041. Just to clarify that. But yep, I'm ready to call the roll. There's no more questions for me. Okay, Mr. Ray?
Aye.
Mr. Boykin?
Aye.
Miss Allison?
Aye.
Mr. Freeman?
Aye.
Mr. Marchant?
Aye.
Mr. Nelson?
Aye.
Miss Switzer Smalls?
Aye.
And Mr. Williams?
Aye.
Okay, so that's 8 in favor and 1 recused. With the condition, sorry.
Yep, no. Congratulations, folks, on getting your application approved. Within 10 business days, you will have information from staff letting you know exactly the next step to take in order to move forward. Please, ma'am, please, sir, make sure your builders pay close attention to all these criteria, every one of them, 1 through 6, that you comply with each and every one of them, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a good rest of your evening.
All right, good night. Board members, 2 more to go. Now we have case BZA-03-21-00480. Welcome back, Mr. Wardle.
Go to the next. Okay. The applicant property owner is Gary Watson. He's with Carolina Holdings Group. The representative tonight is Les Phillips, and he's with Seaman Whiteside. The property is located at 1016 Terracotta Drive in the St. Andrews area. The TMS number is 353-12-00067. It is located in the single-family residential R4 zoning district. This variance request is to reduce the required 25-foot front street side setback by 10 feet to 15 feet along Colonware, I don't know how to say that, drive for a proposed resident. The requirement is Chapter 4, Article 410, Section 410.3. And this is a corner lot, so there is no rear lot line. The front lot line is a lot line separating a lot from the street that is used as the primary access point. The interior lot line is a lot line other than a front lot line, and the setback is a required minimum distance from a lot line or street right-of-way or OSERM critical line that establishes an area within which a structure shall not be erected. And this is the Zeldar sections from Chapter 4. And the property is a new subdivision. It's the settlement at Ashley Hall subdivision. So all the lots are zoned R4, that's just shown in yellow, and the lots that are in white are in the city of Charleston. This is aerial. The property is 0.19 acres. I believe that tree, the tree no longer exists, but I think maybe it wasn't a grand tree. I tried to do some research on that, but I think that's why it was taken out. It either was not a grand tree or it was dead. And this is the zoomed out aerial. You could see they're just now starting construction on some of the lots. And this is that corner lot. You could see the property over is under construction next to it. And you could see the both frontages and the alleyway to the rear. These are the two streets again. So this subdivision has a pretty long history, but just to go over the BZA parts, it did go to the BZA in 2018, February 2018. And that was prior to when we had the historic preservation ordinance, because this is a national, this property is on the National Registry, the subdivision. The BZA also granted a variance when the lots were just one, they were two big lots. We granted a variance to remove 19 trees, and that was approved with conditions. And then in December of 2020, our board, the BZA, approved the community dock. So regarding the criteria, we said that it meets 1, 2, and 5, that it may meet 4 and 7, and we did not think it met 3 and 6. We don't have any suggested conditions for this case. And this shows you the site, where the site's located. This is the site plan. And then the conditional subdivision plat. It's lot 40. And I think I covered everything, but if there's any questions, please let me know.
Does anyone have a question of staff? No? Thank you. Ms. Workin, is the applicant available? And if so, please swear them in.
Okay, there's. Hi, Les. If you can please raise your right hand, I will say the oath and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth I do.
I do.
Thank you. And state your full name and address for the record.
My name is Les Phillips with Stephen Whiteside Associates. The address is 501 Wando Park Boulevard, Suite 200 in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, 29464.
Good evening, Mr. Phillips.
Good evening, board.
Mr. Phillips, please tell us why we should approve this application.
Well, I got to apologize to the board up front and to Jenny too. This is the intent of this application was to make it on behalf of the buyer of this lot. They are trying to build their dream home on this subdivision, this nice new subdivision that they're trying to be a part of. And with this being a corner lot that they have chosen for their house, the setback requirements, as you can see from the exhibit, don't quite allow them to incorporate what they're trying to get from their property and the use of their property. The side setback is the setback that they're asking for reduction is actually the side setback from what the house will be located on the lot, as shown in that exhibit. So they're requesting that it be reduced to the 15 feet shown so that they can incorporate everything that they would like to with their home. The application was actually meant to be on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Lee, and I believe that they are available and would like to speak on their behalf as well.
Yeah, they were on there earlier. I don't see them on there anymore. But yeah, so what happened is they did sign as the owner, but we don't accept that because they're not the current owner. It has to be the owner that's on the deed. However, like he's saying, the application was made from the developer and from Seaman Whiteside for the lease. So I guess they're contingent on this variance.
That's correct. They're currently under contract for this lot, contingent upon BZA approval for them to be able to incorporate this on their home.
So they could have been like the applicant, or the rep, but not the owner.
Correct.
The technicality was that they filled it out as owner. But yeah, they were on here earlier. They're not on here anymore. And I don't see Gary on there either.
Okay.
Everyone's tired.
But yeah, board, that's my apologies on that from the technicality standpoint and making a mistake. But I'm definitely here to answer any questions you may have, and can speak to the design of the property and how we came to this course.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Phillips. Is any board member? Mr. Borkin, I saw your hand first.
Good evening, Mr. Phillips. How are you?
Doing good. How are you doing, sir?
Doing fine, doing fine. I guess is the biggest issue again is because it is a corner lot and it has the 25-foot setbacks on 3 sides, correct?
That's correct. They have the front and the rear. They're maintaining the same setbacks. It's that side setback that's pinching that lot.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
And I'm getting, sorry, I apologize, but I am getting a text message from Gary saying that they are still available, Jenny, that they are still there. I don't know how they can be made to be able to talk, but they are here.
So there's one person that's calling, so it's possible that's them.
Okay.
Unless they signed up as you, because there's 3 of you.
It could be possible. They may have.
That's what's the confusion. That's the confusion. I was just like, oh, there's 4 of you. I got one of you on the panelists and 3, so I can kind of go through and just try to find them. Oh, okay, yeah, I see now. All right, hold on. But yeah, their name, it's your name.
Correct.
Williams, you had a question, sir?
Yes, sir, Mr. Phillips. How's it going?
Doing good. How are you doing, sir?
Doing well, doing well. One of these criteria for approving variances is that the need for variances is not the result of the applicant's own actions. Was there any designs? Because you mentioned that they wanted to get this because they wanted to get the design that they wanted. Is there a design that would meet the current criteria that exists as far as setbacks?
Not on this current lot, the way that it's set up to be now. Again, it's that side setback that's pinching this lot. With the design of this lot, you know, as civil engineers, we speak to the more global standpoint when it comes to incorporating everything in this lot. There was a lot of things that were incorporated in the design of this specific property, including shallow sewer that had to be run through up to Terracotta Lane to provide sewer service to the back lots, large historical easements that would take up where lots could go to be able to protect the monuments and the historic nature of this site. So there's a lot of different aspects that went into the layout of these lots, and these just happen to be ones that were getting pinched by this side setback.
So my question is, how big is this house? How big is the house? What's the square footage?
Well, currently, and it's shown on that exhibit. I don't know if we can pull back up that exhibit. I do not know the exact square footage. Again, it's on this application was made on behalf of the lease to the exact square footage of the home. I don't believe it's an extremely large product. I just believe it's getting pinched by this side setback.
It's getting pinched at what point? Where at?
So if you, it's and I'm being told it's 2,700 square feet. So it's not a huge home. It's not an exorbitant amount that they're asking for. But if you look in the bottom left-hand corner of that exhibit, they're maintaining, so the front of the house would be the terracotta lane. It's an alley-fed product, so the rear lot would be on that alleyway with Colonial Ware Drive of the property. So the front and rear setbacks they're maintaining, because it's a corner lot, that setback off of Colonial Ware Drive is what is pinching the ability to put this home on that lot. So it's considered a side setback the way the house is facing.
Is it 1 floor or 2 floors?
It is a 2-floor home.
Oh, I see. Okay. So the footprint of the home is pinched by that setback.
Correct. So if you're looking at Colonial Ware Drive on the right hand side, again, it's a viewport on the bottom left hand side of that exhibit. The setback coming off of Colonial Ware is what they're asking for the reduction into the 15-foot.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone have a question of Mr. Phillips? Mr. Marchant?
I know this development to have multiple model homes that are available for, I guess, purchase depending on the lots. And I guess the question is, when you have a greenfield site and a greenfield design opportunity, is it one of these model homes that won't fit, or is this completely customized? And if it's completely customized, why can't it fit within the setbacks? I mean, I guess that's what I'm challenged with.
Yeah, so you have a combination in this development, and again, I would have to go on behalf of the builder to speak exactly to the house product, but there is it's a combination of custom home build, and then where you have a selection of certain model homes. The interior lots, you'll have a certain selection of model homes that you can alter ever so slightly, with more of the custom homes being on the outer edges where you have to manipulate around grand trees, as you can see around the critical line and on the northern part of the property, where you're actually having to manipulate the home around all of these tree canopies. This is why the lots are so deep in the northern part and so deep in the eastern part toward the critical line. But in the middle portion of the property is where you're going to have more of a typical home that you can have a couple of options, but not a fully customized house, if I'm speaking correctly.
Okay.
Meaning you've got 5 to 7 products from which to pick. One of those has to fit on this piece of property, and none of them are at the time. I mean, I guess that's what I'm hearing.
That's my understanding, correct?
Yeah.
Mr. Nelson?
To further that thought, Mr. Phillips, if per se the owner were at lot 39, the house would fit on lot 39 and just does not fit in the envelope on lot 40.
That's correct. Yes, and if you look below to lot 47 as well, it's the consideration of the Colonial Ware Drive being a frontage and that being a 25-foot setback is what is pinching these lots.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Williams?
Were there any home designs that would fit on that particular lot that we're talking about here, within the variance, without having to get a variance?
I do not know. I'd have to ask the home builder. I'd have to get them to speak to that. My understanding is that this particular product does not fit on this lot. No.
So you don't know if there's any product that would fit on this lot?
Again, I'm not the home builder. I would have to ask them, but my understanding is that this particular product, I do not know if they have a home that would fit on this particular lot now.
Maybe the homeowners could answer that, or whoever wants to build it.
Correct. I think if you look at lot 39, I mean, bring up a good example. If you look at lot 39, they have the side setbacks in the front and rear setbacks are the 25 foot. You go to this corner lot and it's immediately pinched, given that Colonial Ware is considered a frontage, and that's off of a side street the way the ordinance is written. They are maintaining the front and rear setbacks. They're just asking for a reduction in what would be considered the side of the yard or side of the house to match the rest of the internal lots in this neighborhood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips, for your testimony today. Yes, sir. So, Ms. Working, who do we have next up?
Yeah, so we have Natasha Lee. Get her.
Can you swear in?
Yeah, I gotta find her picture. Hold on. Everybody sees different things. There she is. I see ya. Okay. And she's on muted. Good. Okay. So raise your right hand. I will say the oath, and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth I do.
I do.
Thank you. Okay, and just state your full name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Natasha Lee, 418 Bay Creek Drive, Charleston, South Carolina, 29414.
Good evening, Ms. Lee.
Good evening.
I pray that you're well. Please tell this board why we should approve this application.
Well, thank you, Mr. Godwin and Ms. Working and the whole board. You guys, the fact that you do this regularly and put this much thought and detail into these requests is amazing to me, just being here and watching the process. On our behalf, my husband and I, we found this neighborhood and just fell in love with the balance of the history and the natural aspects. And we wanted this lot specifically because of the location, being on the corner and being able to have more of the waterfront views, even though it's not on the water, just having the ability to see more of the water. So it really is a dream location for us. And we selected this plan just based on this being one of the more simpler plans and actually one of the smaller floor plans. And it just barely fits. I mean, it's just a slightly too big for it because of that set aside. So with the variance, it would allow us to build and build successfully. And this neighborhood has this gorgeous, gorgeous natural theme, and it would do in no way like take away from the atmosphere of the neighborhood. So we just respectfully request that we be allowed to build this particular plan because it would really be our dream home. And we just thank you for your consideration.
Okay, Ms. Lee. I think you might have 1 or 2 questions coming before you. Board members, do we have anyone that has a question of Ms. Lee?
Question here.
Mr. Williams?
Hi, Ms. Lee. Quick question. The setback, is that on the side of the house between the next house, or is that the need for the variance from the house to the street, you know?
I believe it's the side from the side of the house to the street, from the corner, because that's a corner lot.
So that would kind of your yard would be smaller in this case, right?
Yes.
And then where would your driveway be?
The driveways are actually on the back end of the alley, which is where you go in that column where is the actual alley between the 2 rows of houses.
Let's see. Okay. Thank you.
Does anyone else have a question of the applicant?
Was there any other, was there any building or house design options that could have fit this, that where you would not need to get this variance? I'm just wondering.
No, this was really one of the more simpler plans, just based on the size of our family and just, again, the pure cost of it. Frankly, like there were some of the larger lots and larger floor plans were just more house than we could afford or need. So this was more about finding something that actually could fit on that particular lot and something that would actually meet the needs of our family.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Freeman, you had a question?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Anyone else have a question of the applicant?
Oh, shucks.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. I appreciate you coming before this board tonight.
Thank you.
Ms. Working, who else do we have? Please. Ms. Working, you are muted at this particular time.
I said, I'm guessing that's either Gary or George. I can't tell because he's signing his list.
The gentleman with the blue shirt?
Glasses? Yeah, and the glasses.
That's me, Gary.
Gary, okay. I couldn't tell because
yeah.
his picture says on.
I mean, I don't really have anything to say unless you have questions for me. I just, because I really was, we just filled out things a little bit incorrectly because, really,
Yeah, no worries.
it's for, Natasha and George that, so I ended up, Les said, hey, you have the lead on this. So I'm here if you do have questions for me as the developer of the neighborhood.
Oh, yeah. Let's get to him then.
Okay. So, go ahead and let's get you sworn in. If you can please raise your right hand, I will say the oath and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening to you, sir.
Good. You saw all these questions just roaming about, and I believe you have the golden answer and the key to all these questions. So Mr. Williams asked a couple of questions. One regarding the type and sizes of houses that you have available that could actually fit on this property that would not have us intervene whatsoever.
There are, we have all the houses, we have 24 houses that were all designed for this neighborhood by Allison Ramsey Architects out of Beaufort, South Carolina. And with those 24 houses, they based them on, to one of the earlier folks' point, like lot 39. So it was based on what most of these lots look like, whether it's the larger ones that are adjacent to Ashley Harbor, or most of them. But there are 3 lots that basically got overlooked in the course of this, and lot 40 is one of them. Due to its having to set back 25 feet on each side. So there are, fortunately, the Lees picked a house that comes very close to fitting on the lot. 25 feet on the front, 25 feet on the rear, no problem at all. But we needed 10 feet on the side that's on the street, which is a private road. I think all of you are aware that all those streets are private. And so, we said, okay, we'll try to get it for you. And I mean, they wanted it. If they moved to 39, it would fit. On 40, it doesn't without the 10 feet, but it's the one that they were excited about. And so when they asked us to try to help, we said we would. I mean, honestly, it was just an oversight the way that is. But we don't have lots that any of the house plans that have been designed for the neighborhood that fit exactly like they need to because of those 3 25-foot offsets. On the other side of that coin, because of, this has been a long time coming. I've been before y'all, as you saw earlier, 3 years ago. So we worked, 2.5 years just on entitlements, to gain the support of the SHPO and Historic Charleston Foundation and the Historic Preservation Commission for Charleston County. But having said all that, and Southern Living Magazine, chose us to be Charleston's first neighborhood that is recognized by them. So having said all that, we missed this lot. And it's the one that the Lees really want. So I would ask that you, work with them on that and allow that 10-foot adjustment.
Do you have another lot available for them, sir?
Right next door, but that's not the one that they want. They want lot 40 because it's right on the pond. They'll have, we've already been there with them. And Natasha could speak, and I thought she spoke quite eloquently before. I mean, this is their dream lot. That a house that comes very, very close to fitting is the house that they selected. Fortunately, and so we said we'd come before you and try to get it for them.
Thank you so very much. I hope we're playing horseshoes tonight, Mr. Martin. Go ahead, sir.
I feel bad for Mrs. Lee because there's not a product in a brand new development that fits the lots that are available. And I hate that we're spending our time trying to make that happen. My curiosity is, what about lot 47, 19, and 14? Are we going to be doing this 3 other times, or are you going to create a product that fits those lots? I'm just struggling with new development, greenfield, a house that doesn't work. Help me with that.
Lot 19 is an anomaly, and we're going to have to design again because of the weird setbacks. So we'll design something specifically for lot 19, and I'll have to spec a house on that lot. That's what we'll do there because it is so unusual. As far as lot 47 is concerned, I haven't really thought about it. But I mean, I can figure something out. I mean, this is to address you, Mark, I mean, this is the lot that Natasha and George wanted. So we tried to get them on something else, and that did not appeal. It was this one right here. Lot 14 only has 2 sides to contend with, and we already have a house, or we have a house designed to fit on that lot. So all those lots over there are fine. So really the only 3 lots that are challenged are this one, 47, and really only 47, because I have to do something special for 19 because of where it sits, if that answers your question.
Mr. Mershot, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it sounds like we're going to have to do something special for the other lots, but not for this one.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, you don't have a product in your portfolio that fits on this lot, or on 14, or on 47 or 19. So on 19 and 47, you'll probably have to do something special. And on this one, we're just going to have to take what you have available and see if we can make it work. I think that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, we're asking you to
Right.
allow. Yeah,
Right.
Exactly.
Mr. Borkin, I can see it in your face. I can see it in your face. What do you want to say, Mr. Borkin?
I'm agreeing with Mr. Marchant. I think, the issue with this is the lot size. It's a abnormality compared to all these other lots. And it's a unique situation where, there's an assortment of homes that are permitted or allowed by the subdivision to go in there. And that's really not the Lee's fault. So I'm kind of on Mr. Marchant's side with this for sure.
Does anyone have any other questions for this gentleman? Any board members? Mr. Williams, again, I see your hand, sir.
Sir, so the lot, let's say the lot is the lot they want. Is there any other house designs that you have or possibilities that you have that you could put on that lot that would meet the requirements, the current requirements? Because the thing that, like I mentioned earlier, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. So, were there other options? Are there other options of houses? That's my question.
If you're asking me if we could design a house that fits on that lot, we could. It just wouldn't be the house that the Lees want.
So you're saying that it's their choice and a result of their actions that they don't want the other house options.
The house that they selected is the house that they want, and that's the lot that they selected. And so we've just been sort of patiently waiting to come before the board and ask on their stead if you would allow them a 10-foot variance on that side setback, if that answers that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have a question? Any board member have a question? Okay. Thank you so very much, sir, for your participation. Ms. Workin, do we have any other applicants that hadn't spoken yet?
I think that covers everyone on my list.
Support.
I had Gary, Les, and Natasha, unless George is on, but Natasha should know that.
I'm sorry, you have someone else?
Is it okay for me to make an additional comment, or is that opportunity passed?
Yes, that opportunity did pass.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying that I believe it's her husband. He's on my list too, but I don't know if he's on.
Ms. Lee, is your husband available? I take that as a no. Okay, that was your second option.
Okay.
Okay, good try, Ms. Working. That was very valid.
I think that covers everyone, and we do not have anybody speaking in opposition.
Okay.
And we didn't receive any letters of opposition. The Lees did, you received their letter in support as well.
Correct. Okay, board members, do we have any other question or discussion? Board members. Very good. Any questions of staff? Very good. Then at this time, I'll close this case to the public. And I'll ask for a motion to either approve or deny this application BZA 03-21-00480. May I have a motion, please? Okay, Mr. Borkin?
In BZA case 03-21-00480, I move that we approve the application for the variance. I find that based on the testimony of the developer and the applicant and the director's review and report, that it meets all of the criteria. As to criteria 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular property. As we've heard tonight, I think there's only 3 lots that were similarly situated with the 25-foot setbacks on 3 sides. Number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. Again, same response there. There aren't very many of these lots, and they're not like the rest of them. Criteria 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the realization of the property. I find it does in the situation that this developer has an assortment of homes that are approved to be built in that neighborhood, but none apparently that will fit on that lot at present. There's a pending contract right now on this piece of property, and this is the closest house I guess they could find to fit on the property with asking for the least amount of the setback reduction. So I find it meets that criteria. Criteria 4, the authorization of variance will not be a substantial detriment to the adjacent property or the public good or the character of the zoning. I find it will not. It's going to be a house that's approved by the developer to go in there, so it'll be consistent with the other houses that are already in that neighborhood or that will be built at a future date. Criteria 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance effective which will be allowed establishment of use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district to extend physically non-conforming use of land or to change the zoning district boundaries shown on the official zoning map. It does not do that. It meets that criteria. Criteria number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. The applicants are trying to buy a piece of property that, and they have to choose from a slate of homes that the developer has for sale or to be built at this present time. They don't have a house yet designed to go on it. So in this case, I don't feel that the Lees are in the situation of causing this to happen. They want to buy a house. They have to choose from a list of homes, and this is the closest one to fit on that particular lot. So I don't believe it's the result of their own actions. It might be, I would say it might be an oversight of the developer, but that's not their issue. It's his. So I find that meets criteria 6. Criteria 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan purpose orders, and I find it meets that criteria. And that is it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Borkin. Do we have a second?
Second.
Oh, okay. I think I saw Mr. Woodle first.
And I would also echo what Mr. Boykin said. I mean, we've got the developer saying, he's been involved with this project, and this project has evolved, and it is very unique. And I've said before, this could be a model for historic properties. And the developer is saying that it is not going to bastardize the property. It's not going to bastardize the subdivision. And the Lees are saying, this is my dream home and this is what I want. So we've got both of them saying, yeah, we just need a little help. And that's what we're here to do, is to grant, adjustment for that. So kudos to Mr. Boykin on that eloquently stated motion.
Any other discussion, Mr. Market? No?
Nope.
Okay. Ms. Working, would you please call the roll for the vote?
Yes. Mr. Ray.
Aye.
Mr. Boykin.
Aye.
Miss Allison.
Aye.
Mr. Freeman. Mr. Freeman?
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Marchant?
Aye.
Mr. Nelson?
Aye.
Miss Switzer Smalls?
Aye.
Mr. Williams?
Aye.
And Mr. Woodall?
Aye.
Okay, so that's unanimous approval.
Very good. Congratulations on getting this application approved. I would say, Ms. Lee, you were very compelling. And
thank you.
Just being a barometer for this group, I see the builder has a little bit of work to do to get homes designed for those other 3 lots, so he possibly wouldn't have to come before this august body.
Well, again, I appreciate you all so much. Thank you for the time and thoughtfulness and all your commentary. I really do appreciate this approval.
Very good, very good. And within 10 business days, you will have information from staff letting you know exactly the next step to make. And
Thank
once
you so
again,
much.
congratulations to all of you, and good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Last one for the night.
Thank you, board.
Very good, folks, very good. Last case, BZA-03-21-00481.
All right. The applicant for this case is Brandon Gaskins, Esquire. The property owners are Francis F. and Melissa Snodgrass. The property is located at 8670 Glasgow Island Loop on Edisto Island. TMS number 01300000053. And this property is in the Plan Development PD zoning district. The variance request is to remove a 40-inch DBH grand live oak tree in order to construct a proposed residence. And this is under Article 9.4, Section 945 and B variances. And then these are the same definitions from the previous case for certified arborist, DBH, and the definition of a grand tree. This is Section 945B. So if the tree is not dead, diseased, or dying, it requires a variance from this board. Everything in blue is the Plan Development zoning district. And notes real quick. This is the Bailey Island Club subdivision. This property, the total acreage is 4.76 acres. The Highland is 4.69 acres. And as you can see, on Glasgow Island, it's got double frontage kind of in a way. Not exactly, but where it fronts on 2 different street names is what I mean. Sorry, it's getting late. This is a photograph of the tree that our arborist took. And, a couple more photos that he took of the tree. And these are the pictures we took in April from our site visit of just the general property. And the 2 streets that it borders. This is an exhibit that the applicant provided, so we can go back to this if he wants to have us pull that up. So this property, like I said, it's got, it's 4.69 acres of highland. There are 14 grand trees on this property. The 40-inch tree is near the center of the lot. Regarding the criteria, we said that it may meet 1, 2, 4, and 7. It may not meet 3 and 6, and it meets 5. We feel that it didn't meet 3 and 6 because the house could be shifted towards the marsh to avoid cutting down that grand tree. Let's see, we do have some conditions. If you choose to approve this request, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees on site through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the treatment plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit approval and construction of the residence. 2, prior to approval, the applicant shall install tree barricades around the grand trees to be preserved, and that's pursuant to section 944 of the ordinance. 3, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 40-inch DBH live oak tree by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval, indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2 1/2 inches in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 946 of the ordinance, or C, a combination of A and B. Documentation of the allotted mitigation shall be submitted, reviewed, and approved for the trees prior to removal. Is there any, oh, sorry, the site plan. So you can see the front steps. This is where the tree is located. So our position is that the house could be shifted closer to the creek to avoid that green tree. And this is the plat. It's lot number 4. Do you have any questions for me?
Mr. Marchand.
It's working. I, like you, are kind of struggling with this one. I'm pretty familiar with this PUD. It's a pretty awesome development in a good way.
Yeah.
My question for you is, based on what the arborist witnessed or has investigated, how far would the house have to move to, I mean, the drip line is probably pretty substantial and the root line's pretty substantial. Is it sort of 10 feet diagonally? Is it 30 feet? I mean, is there an estimate there? Because it seems like there's plenty of room, to your point. It's a pretty magnificent tree. So what's your assessment, or what's the arborist's assessment of?
I can tell Sally's looking, I think she is our arborist, or current arborist. I can tell you that, so she can answer the question, but I can tell you that I did include in the supplemental packet with the public comments. It was a very casual email from our arborist. He has since had to move, unfortunately, but he was under Sally's, Sally was his supervisor. But he just said, despite the arborist report submitted to us for review, the subject tree is a very healthy live oak that could survive easily 100 more years. Joel Evans is our planning director, was of the mind the tree should remain in the house, be shifted toward the water's edge and away from the tree. Hopefully this tree could survive the project, and his name was Gal. But Sally can answer your question more specifically, because, like, again, it's very general. It just says shifted. So she probably could give you more specifics about. Right, Sally?
Sure, yeah. So, I mean, it looks like it could shift forward from the position that it's in more toward that 19-inch live oak. I would say probably 25 feet or so would be pretty reasonable. There are some other areas, it looks like, on the property where, if you look west, like on the lower part of the lot, it doesn't appear that there are many trees in that area as well. That could be a possible location, since there is well over almost 4.5, a little over 4.5 acres.
Yeah, I mean, the west is clear for sure. Obviously that gets them farther away from their existing dock, but I mean, I would guess going kind of north, northeast, even 15, 20 feet works as well. I mean, just again, that's fuzzy numbers with the fuzzy scale, but I mean, would you agree with that, generally speaking? And it stays out of any other kind of critical setbacks or major topographic moves or anything like that, right?
Right. Because there's, they're already approved to remove some of the trees. You can see the circles and lines.
Yeah.
And then there are a few trees that are not protected.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Boykin?
Hey, Sally, just a quick question, and I know this, they can't do it in this particular hearing, but would there not be an option to reduce their setback from the critical line buffer by just however many feet it would need, and they could get a variance for that and spare the tree and still keep it more or less where they want the house? Just maybe, do you think, is that something that could be considered?
Because it's a planned development, so I can chime in too, but because it's a planned development, the only variances they can ask for is trees.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
Thanks.
they would have to go through like a planned development amendment process, which is a very long
Understood.
process, through county council.
Okay, thanks.
One question, Mr. Murphy, back at you again, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, to Mr. Boykin's point, are we aware of any PUD restrictions that don't allow them to kind of move a little north or a little east, if you will? And maybe the property owner can tell us that. But I mean, obviously, one hardship may create another hardship. So I'm trying to find no hardship here, I guess.
Yeah, I can't really answer that with being exact. As long as
No
they
problem.
met the buffer, yeah, I think they could still meet the requirements.
All right, let's see if the applicant's available.
Okay. Mr. Gadsden. Hey, Mr. Gaskins, if you can please raise your right hand, I will say the oath and you'll say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth I do.
I do.
And just state your full name and address for the record, please.
Brandon Gaskins with the Moore & Van Allen Law Firm, 78 Wentworth Street, Charleston, South Carolina. Members of the board, thank you for your time today.
Good afternoon, sir. Or good evening, sir.
Good evening, Chairman Ray.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you for appearing to us tonight. And if you would, please tell us why we should approve this application.
Okay, I'd be glad to. And also, I have the owner is here as well, and she can answer questions that you may have. And I think she also would like to say a few words. But Mr. Marchant and Mr. Boykin raised some good questions, and I'm happy to address them. And I want to focus my comments on those two criteria that staff determined that the application may not meet. And so because of, and let me begin by talking a little bit about this community. Mr. Marchant is obviously familiar with it, but this is a low impact, low density development that is subject to a PD ordinance that has more stringent development regulations than Charleston County. In addition, this is a development where approximately 400 acres have been preserved from development and dedicated to the Nature Conservancy. So this is a community that takes conservation and tree preservation seriously. And I think it's significant to note that the Architectural Review Committee approved the site plan, including the removal of this 40-inch live oak tree. And this is not a community that approves or takes these issues lightly. So we think that's significant. But I think the main issue is where else can this house go, considering all the grand trees that are on it, as well as a lot of other trees that are not necessarily grand trees, but pretty close to it. And the reality is there's not a lot of options with this particular piece of property, despite its size. One of the options presented was to the west, which would, I guess, be and Ms. Working, if you could pull up the site plan, that would be helpful. Towards the bottom of the site plan, and that is not an option, even though it does have less grand trees, because that is where the septic system is going to go and where the septic tank has been permitted based on the soil classifications determined by an independent certified soil classifier. And also there are other DHEC requirements regarding where that septic can go, including setbacks and proximity to the critical line, proximity to the house. So unfortunately, the west is not an option. This site was chosen because it was previously cleared by the prior owner. And under the PD, the owner is restricted with how much space that can be cleared. It is the lesser of 3/4 of an acre or 1/3 of the building envelope. And as you look at the site plan, you'll see the buffers. There are pretty significant buffers, 50 feet to the sides and 100 feet towards the front. So the place where it's located makes the most logical sense based on the previous activities of the prior owner. So really the only option is to shift it back. Changing the critical line buffer, I think, like Ms. Working said, would require a change to the PD. But also, if you notice, there's another live oak, I believe it's a 19-inch live oak. And while that is not considered a grand tree under the county's ordinances, it is protected under the PD that says that trees in the critical area 16 inches or above cannot be removed. So the further back you go, you're potentially having to remove that tree and definitely interfering with its root structure. So the owners did consider another site plan based on the county's guidance that said this can be shifted back. And what the arborist said was, well, if you do that, you're still going to have to cut off, I think, 8 of the limbs that face the house. In addition, you're going to have to remove half of the root structure on that side. And that as a result of that, that is going to turn a healthy tree that does have, it's not completely healthy. There are some issues with it that is going to make it unhealthy and create a hazardous condition to the house and also to the residents who live there and any visitors. So we believe that a variance allowing for the removal of this tree is the best option. It is in the most logical place. It will not result in the elimination of any other grand trees, and it will not create a hazardous condition. And also, by doing that, you would require the owner to mitigate that. Whereas if it's just pushed back, there may not be mitigation requirements if that tree becomes unhealthy and has to be removed because it is a hazardous condition. So we believe that this is the best option that makes the most sense given the constraints of the site with the number of trees and not just grand trees, but all the live oaks on this property. I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, Ms. Snodgrass is available as well.
Thank you, Mr. Gaston. Do we have any other board members that have a question of Mr. Gaston? Mr. Boykin.
Good evening, Mr. Gaston. How are you?
I'm doing well, Mr. Boykin. How are you?
Doing fine. Do you know off the top of your head roughly how many non-grand trees might be required to be removed for the footprint of that proposed location?
I do not. I doubt it would be substantially different than what's proposed in the site plan. Again, we're encroaching upon that 19-inch live oak that's in the critical area. And it looks like there's some other non-grand trees that would have to be removed to the west, but I doubt that would affect it. It may preserve it, it may not. I doubt it based on the footprint of the house. But to answer your question definitively, I don't know.
Well, I'll follow up with another question. Is it your opinion, looking at this site plan and understanding all the ins and outs of the restrictive covenants of that plan development, on top of what Charleston County has and OCRM and everything else, that the combination of where the septic system has to go and the required buffering around the property and the preservation of the trees based on that formula, does that almost put this house in this spot with all those variables taken into account?
Yes, I believe it does.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boykin. Mr. Woodall, did you have a question? No? Okay. Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Gasson, for your testimony tonight.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Yes, sir. Ms. Workin, Mr. Gasson, is the applicant with you as well? On the same screen or no?
She is not on the same screen, but I believe that she is on her own computer.
Yeah, I'll get her on. And just stay on. I'm just meeting you on. Oh, okay. I see you, but you might need to lower your camera a little bit. There you go. That's good. If you can please raise your right hand, I will say the oath and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do.
I do.
Okay. And just state your full name and address for the record, please.
My name is Melissa Snodgrass, 5460 Heath Ridge Terrace, Johns Creek, Georgia, 30097.
Well, good evening, Ms. Snodgrass. How are you today?
Good evening. I'm fine.
Good. Thank you for appearing before us. Please tell this board why we should approve your application.
I would like you to approve my application because our biggest fear is our arborist's recommendation that the tree will become a hazard. Even with the project, is the root system encroachment going to cause it to, the damage to the roots to cause it to be a danger to our family and our house later? We feel like this is the most logical location because it's the low impact, low density plan. We're not going to be taking out any of the other live oaks. There are 20 other live oaks on there, including 14 grand oaks. I feel like it's the least invasive plan. I feel like Mr. Gaskin's covered pretty much all the reasons we can't move east, west, north, or south. So I appreciate the consideration of this variance request. I'd like to reiterate our willingness to mitigate. So that's pretty much, if you have any questions.
Okay. Well, let's see if any board member has a question for you. Do we have any other board member that has a question for the applicant?
I have a question.
Okay.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening.
Was there any other, just wondering, were there any other home designs that could have, where you would not have to basically get rid of this grand oak?
Well, our house is a 3,200 square foot house, so I don't feel like it's a large house. It was designed by an architect. So it's not a community where I go in and pick out a house like the previous case. So it would be going back to square one and having an architect design me a house, a smaller house, I would assume. Whereas I don't think a 3,200 square house is an unreasonable size house for a 4.69 acre lot. Did that answer?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Does anyone else have a question of the applicant? Ms. Snodgrass, I thank you so very much for your testimony tonight.
All right, thank you.
And stay put.
Okay.
Do we have anyone else that's working?
Yes, so we don't have anyone else to speak in favor. Betsy LaForce with the Coastal Conservation League is going to speak in opposition. I'm going to promote her now. Hi, Betsy. If you can please raise your right hand, I will say the oath and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do.
I do. Can you all see me and hear me all right?
Yes, you sound great. And just
thanks.
say your full name and address for the record.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Betsy LaForce with the Coastal Conservation League, 131 Spring Street, Charleston, South Carolina. This last agenda item before you tonight will hopefully be...
How are you today?
Good evening, Chairman. I'm doing well. Thank you so much. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Please tell this board why you're speaking in opposition.
Yes, sir. Hopefully this last agenda item will be an easy decision to vote no on the variance request. It does not, the request to remove this incredibly healthy 40-inch DBH protected grand live oak does not meet any of the required criteria for approval. Therefore, we urge this body to deny this request and require the applicant to rework the site plan to avoid the grand trees. In Charleston County, buying a piece of land does not translate to permission to break the rules to accommodate personal desires of size, location, and specs of a dream home on a large undeveloped lot. The Board of Zoning Appeals is tasked with scrutinizing requests to relax the rules when strict application of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. In no way would protecting this healthy live oak against its unnecessary removal present an unnecessary hardship to the landowners. The applicant would like to construct a 3,200 square foot home to take advantage of the property's waterfront views and the site's natural beauty. Yet at the same time, they wish to remove one of the very specimens that's contributing to the natural health and beauty of this land. Live oaks can live for centuries. They're able to tolerate salt and shade, and their bark resists fire. They stabilize soil with their roots, and having one planted near a house can help save it from hurricane damage by acting as a windbreak. When a tree reaches a grand oak status, it's one of the largest and oldest specimens of its kind in our area. It's withstood decades of development, deforestation, and storms, proving it to be one of the hardiest and sturdiest trees of its species. The variance criteria under the Code of South Carolina supports the fact that this request does not meet any of the legal criteria for approval. The certified arborist recommendation to remove this tree as a safety measure is ludicrous. Claiming that removing this tree may be a benefit to the public good by promoting safety is insulting to me as a Charleston County resident. The certified arborist is being paid by the applicant to write a favorable recommendation that the tree be removed. So it's unsurprising that the arborist suggests the tree be taken out, as it may become a hazard in the future to the house that's not currently built. This perfectly healthy grand live oak tree is not posing any safety hazards and will not, so long as the proposed residence is situated a safe distance from the tree. Let's ensure this grand live oak does not become a safety hazard to a proposed structure in the future by requiring the site plan be reworked to avoid this natural resource that's existed since long before our time and will continue to thrive long after our time if we respect it enough to let it be. The letter of intent includes letters of approval from the Bailey Island community, but fails to address the detriment the authorization of this variance would cause to the public good. The Charleston region's in the midst of a series of planning efforts to increase our resilience in the face of rising seas, increased storms, and a changing climate, and increasing growth and development pressure. Granting this variance and allowing the destruction of natural resources based on personal desires of individual property owners would fly in the face of those efforts. It would also send the wrong message to prospective land buyers in Charleston County as people continue to flock to this region. The letter of intent states that even if the home could be constructed farther from the creek than presently planned, the tree would obstruct the waterfront and marsh views of the property unless it's removed. This is an arbitrary use of the term obstruct, as many people would consider the presence of a grand live oak to enhance the view. Further, the letter of intent claims that no matter where on the lot the home is constructed, there will necessarily be removal of live oak trees and disruption to the root system. This is inaccurate. There are multiple opportunities on this nearly 5-acre parcel to construct a home without harming the protected trees. The letter of intent states that without the removal of this tree, the owners would effectively be prohibited from constructing their home in the location that would maximize their property's usefulness, increase its value, and provide the owners with the most enjoyment of the surrounding natural environment. Respectively, I am here tonight to remind you that this body is not tasked with ensuring property owners have the utmost enjoyment of their surrounding natural environment. It's stated that the BZA's actions must be based on specific standards as contained in the ZELDAR. Thank you for your consideration of these comments, and with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. LaForce. Thank you. Please hold tight. Board members, do we have any questions for Ms. LaForce? Mr. Williams? Ms. LaForce is speaking in opposition of this application. What questions do you have for her, sir?
Good evening. How you doing, Mr. LaForce?
Hi, Mr. Williams. I'm well, thanks. How are you?
Good, good. So you're in opposition. How old do you think this live oak tree is that they want to tear down?
Well, 26 inches is the minimum requirement. This is, almost double. It's 40 inches. Some of the other trees we've heard them talking about, they could impact this or protect that, 19 inches. I would say, this is over 100 years old. That would be a guess. I'm not a certified arborist, but once a tree does reach that grand oak status, and this is far beyond that size requirement, we know it's reached a pretty old age.
Right, and the staff made known that there's possibly other options of putting where they could possibly put the house. Do you
Correct.
concur? Are there other options as opposed to what the lawyer was saying? I forgot the lawyer's name. My apologies.
Brandon Gaskins, yes, I gave the attorney a call last week to talk through some of these concerns I had when reviewing the agenda, ask some of those questions. Again, I'm not a designer. I did have a couple of colleagues, landscape architects, look at this design, but even a cursory glance of the site plan review was all I needed to see clearly that the house could be shifted, the footprint could be adjusted to avoid the grand tree. There are 14 grand trees on this 5-acre property. We heard an application earlier with 12 on a property that was less than 1 acre. And they did everything they could to only impact 1 tree. So really, I'm not seeing any rationale for removing this perfectly healthy grand live oak here.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else that has a question of Ms. LaForce? Thank you so very much for you. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Mr. Nelson has a question.
Ms. LaForce, just it might be 2 questions, but one, have you been to the property at all?
I have not been to the property, no.
Have you looked at an aerial of the property?
I have, yes.
In reviewing this case, in most of them, I pull aerials of the sites and look to see what the applicant's requesting. And even looking at an aerial now, there's a substantial amount of canopy that covers the property. And when I look at this plan, I can see how the house could be shifted in a blank white space like this. But when I look at an aerial, I begin to struggle with how how this house could be shifted in a way that would not impact the tree elsewhere. Would you, so can you help me understand how shifting it on this white piece of paper would actually be of benefit to the property?
Sure. We've heard a couple of suggestions for how the house could be shifted, the location or the footprint, whether it's closer to the creek, further to the west. If the footprint, the size was adjusted, those are a few quick answers to things that could be considered and that I would respectfully request of this body to deny this request and send the applicant back to the drawing board to demonstrate that they've made an effort to work around the tree instead of what's appearing before us this evening, which is this is the location where we want the house. It has the best view of the creek. It's in the closest proximity to the dock. Therefore, we need to remove this protected live oak. So any other even attempt to demonstrate that they have tried to rework the site plan to avoid the tree would be, I think, worthwhile for the board to require in this case.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else that has a question on Ms. LaForce? Ms. LaForce, I thank you so very much for your testimony tonight.
Thank you for your time.
Yes. Now the applicant has 2 minutes for rebuttal. Now, Ms. Snodgrass, you could either give that to Mr. Gaskin, or you could address that issue yourself.
If you can get that one on.
Ms. Working, could you unmute Ms. Snodgrass? I don't know if she heard my comment or not.
Mr. Ray, Mr. Ray,
Yes.
I think you need to address that to Mr. Gaskins. He is her representative, so he should be allowed to speak or defer to his client.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Hughie. Mr. Gadsden. Ms. Working, can you unmute him? Okay, very good. So you have 2 minutes for the right of rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So either you do it or Ms. Snodgrass, whichever you choose.
I'm happy to do it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So in Mrs. LaForce's presentation, she said that even a cursory review of the site plan shows how the site plan can be adjusted to not impact trees. And Mr. Nelson asked a very good question. Where can this house be located without impacting the trees? And despite saying that she, based on her cursory view, could come up with something, couldn't come up with any specifics. The only options are to move it backwards or to move it to the west, but the west is not an option because that's where the septic tank is. So the only option is to move it backwards. Ms. LaForce can, attack the motives of the arborist, but he is a certified arborist who has opined that moving the house backwards and disrupting the root system and cutting off the limbs is going to create a hazardous condition, which she calls ludicrous. I do not believe that the safety of the residents, the desire to protect them, is ludicrous. It simply is not. The question before you is, does the application of the ordinance to this particular piece of property effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property? The lot coverage for this house is less than 2% of the total area. And if the variance prevents the development of less than 2% of the total area, that is per se unreasonable. So to say that the house can be reduced in size, that's completely unreasonable. And for those reasons, we would ask that you approve this variance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaston. Now, we'll also ask if any board member has a question of Mr. Gaston regarding his rebuttal. Mr. Boykin.
Mr. Gaskins, and I'm squinting with my readers on looking at this site plan, but am I incorrect? Or it looks like the 40-inch DBH live oak is to the interior of the property from the house, not between it and the view on Bailey Creek. Am I correct in that?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
And so the proposal would be to move it closer to the creek, but it would still, doing so would still require the removal of, I believe, 8 limbs and removal of half the root structure.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Gaston, I have a question for you. Is that the only place that the applicant did a perk test on this property? Did the other parts of the property perk?
As far as for the septic tank?
Yes, sir.
I do not know the answer to that. I'm sorry, I just don't know the answer. But I would say that if you move the house to that location, you would have to, assuming there are other suitable places that you would basically have to move the septic tank closer to the creek, because you couldn't move it closer to the natural ditch that you can see runs in front of the house, or where the proposed location of the house, which actually drains this lot and the lot to the east. So the septic tank couldn't go there. And then you're dealing with critical line buffers under which it may not be able to go. And then where would you put the well? So I think the location of the septic does drive a lot of where this house can be located.
Well, I guess I've seen septic tanks with pumps. So you can actually pump it. And then, you know, as far as your well, you know, you can probably get any other spot for your well. That's just my point I like to make. Does anyone else have a question for Mr. Gaskin?
I have a question.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Gaskin, were you able to look at other solutions with the county staff?
I personally have not. I know that that Mr. Evans and the previous arborist went out on the property, and there's been consultation, which led to the suggestion that the house be moved towards the creek. And so that it's my understanding that was the only feedback from the county on that issue.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Borkin, we're back at you again, sir.
Mr. Gaskins, and I want to make sure I have a clear understanding on this. And is it your understanding that the house cannot be moved closer to the creek?
It can be moved closer to the creek. However, doing so would create the hazardous condition with the tree, which is why we're seeking the variance.
Well, let me inquire of Ms. Brooks real quick while we're in this discussion phase. Ms. Brooks, how far away from either the buttress roots of the grand live oak or the drip line? I know we've had limited pruning and other kinds of mitigation we've done in the past to save trees. How many feet would that house have to move towards the marsh, in your estimation, to not impact that live oak to where it become diseased and die?
Not having a survey of where the canopy ends. I would say in general, though, probably it would be reasonable to think about maybe 25 feet or so from forward, or either to move west of the tree.
Okay, and so if I can now ask Mr. Gaskins, and I'm having difficulty trying to read this site plan. It's just really tight and small with some of the measurements, even with readers. Is there enough area between the house and the critical line to accommodate a move of 25 feet?
Well, I'm not sure if there is or if there is or isn't. What I am certain of from looking at the alternative site plan showing that push further is that the canopy on this tree is so large, and that the tree protection area, you can't even construct the house without encroaching upon that protection area.
Well, let me ask you a question. I'm not trying to bring my personal situation, but I live in an old house on Johns Island. I've got grand live oak trees growing up almost right next to the sides of the house, and they've been there and they've not been ill affected from, they shade most all the whole roof of our house, and many of ours are centuries old. But I guess I guess I'd like Ms. Brooks' opinion, the viability of a tree with the 25 feet setback. Would it not be all right?
Yeah, it sounds like it could reasonably work. Yeah, with that distance from the trunk would impact less than 25% of the root zone potentially. And then we'd have to look at the structure of the canopy and the limbs and how they're arranged. Our previous employee, Gal, is the one who visited the site, so I haven't gotten to see that, but that could be a potential solution, or to move the house further west where there aren't any grand trees.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Gaskins. Would you and your client be willing to defer this for time to consult and maybe altering this particular site plan to see if that would work with Ms. Brooks and see if that is something that will work, and it might be a situation, if you can, you come back and ask for a variance for reducing the critical line setback. If that's a way to save the tree and accommodate your client and a means to a positive end for everyone.
Mr. Boykin, I appreciate the question, and you're putting me on the spot, and I wish I had an answer for you, but I would, obviously need to speak with my client and wouldn't want to do that in front of the
No,
entire.
I understand. I'm done with my questions, and I'll turn it back over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borkin, and done very eloquently. Unfortunately, Mr. Gaston, you do have that choice to make here tonight.
Can you give me 1 second?
Yes, I can. At this time, we're going to take about a 2-minute recess.
All right, thank you.
Give him 15 more seconds. Mr. Gaston, our time is up. I'd like to get everybody back on board. Ms. Working, are we back live recording?
Thank you for your patience. And
Yes.
so what I've done is pulled up the alternative site plan, and this pushes the house all the way up to the critical line. And there is really no room. It goes into the tree protection area. The canopy appears to be over the house, or at least partially, which would result in the removal of the limbs. And also there is the removal of a pine tree to the front that is also going to affect the root system. So we don't believe that a deferral is going to change anything. We think that we meet the requirements for a variance, and we would ask that you approve it.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Gaskin. That answer your question, Mr. Borkin?
Yes, sir. One last thing for you, Mr. Gaskins, on the removal of the pine tree that would affect the roots. Could that pine tree merely not be cut off at ground level and left to rot and not impact the roots of the tree?
I guess that's a possibility, but I believe that the removal of the pine tree is for safety reasons as well. And that could, I guess if it was just left to die, that could create safety issues.
No,
I'm speaking a little bit out of turn here. I don't know much about that pine tree, except for the fact that it's proposed to be removed, and I don't know the reasoning behind it.
What I was saying is that I understand how tree roots are intertwined, and when we have to remove trees out where we live, a lot of times we don't disturb the tree itself rather than, digging it up with a tracker or anything. We just simply cut it off and walk away from it, or, and let it decay on its own, so it not to disturb, the grand tree. That's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Any other board members have a question? Comment? Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Gaskins, I just want to clarify one thing. In looking at the PB zoning requirements, I'm just going to go out on a limb, no pun intended, that the buildable acres out here is 3/4 of an acre. With this 1/3 of the building envelope, or 3/4 of an acre, whatever is left. And there, is that correct?
That's my interpretation. I haven't done the math to determine how big the building envelope is, but it certainly seems that 3/4 of an acre would be the lesser.
And that has to include both the building and any supporting infrastructure, such as the septic field,
Well, I believe that I don't know as far as the septic field.
Okay. And well, then my final question is just, do you know how much? I know there's already some clearing on the property, and I think that the owner stated that they were somewhat limited by where they could place the house based on what was previously cleared on the property. Do you have any idea how much was previously cleared?
I don't. The picture of the tree gave a pretty good indication of how much was cleared.
Okay.
So it seems to be, and you can look at the site plan with the lack of the trees in that area, where it seems to be a fairly considerable amount.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you all. Board members, do you have any questions of staff?
Question for staff. I think it was Ms. Brooks, right? The arborist?
Yes, Ms. Brooks.
I have a question for Ms. Brooks.
Yes.
Ms. Brooks, so by what I'm hearing, they had an arborist that came in there and gave, I guess they gave their report, right? That's what it sounds like?
It sounds like they've hired their own arborist.
Okay, so by your professional opinion, you're saying that they could potentially move the house in a different position that would then save this live oak, right?
Yes, that's what the staff is saying.
Okay, and so then, in the applicant choosing to move forward with applying for this variance, they would like to keep it in the position where they would want to then have to remove the live oak, even though there's possibility of moving to other locations, right?
Right, that's what staff is.
That's what the staff. Okay, that's what the arborist staff.
Yes.
Okay, and is there any? I don't know if you can speak to this, but is there any issue with this septic tank being in the way from moving the house to a different location?
I don't have the information on the location of where the septic tank is. That would be very helpful.
Yeah, that was we got that on Friday. That was part of the email that I sent out to y'all.
I wonder if that's okay. I'm just wondering would the house still be able to be moved to a different location despite the septic tank, or the staff, you don't know? I don't know what the rules on septic tanks are, but.
Yeah, I don't have, it would be helpful for it to be shown on the site plan along with where the tree canopy is and the limbs are. That would be helpful information to have to help make their case, because we just have a sketch.
So I wonder if it would be helpful, maybe in my kind of observation, maybe we could defer this case so that they can get you all more information to, get the staff more information about the positioning of the septic tank and the positioning of.
He didn't want to defer.
So, Mr. Williams, the applicant, excuse me, I apologize for cutting you off. The applicant was offered the option to defer, and they chose not to defer. The applicant, through the applicant's attorney, they are requesting that the board vote tonight.
So then my thought in that case would be maybe the board should deny the application.
Well,
Let's move on.
You're a little too fast yet. Just hold on.
Okay.
That's good, but just hold on.
Okay, I'm just trying to put two and two together here.
Yes, sir. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Any other questions on staff? Yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
So sorry to prolong this. We've been at it a long time tonight. Ms. Working, did you say earlier that, or somebody said in this particular case, that the only variance that could be granted in this neighborhood is related to grand trees? Is that correct?
Yes, but it's really strict in plan developments. That's generally the case, and that's the case for this because basically the plan development is the zoning ordinance, and that zoning ordinance was adopted by county council. So the plan development regulations fall under their purview if they were to change them. But in this particular instance, trees are allowed. You can ask for a tree variance, but that's it.
If the applicant were to move the house and relocate it closer to the critical line, but they couldn't encroach upon that critical line buffer, correct?
Correct.
Because they can't ask for that variance.
Right.
And they were still encroaching upon the drip line of the live oak, that would require variance as well, correct?
Yes, it could, if it's over that 25%, and depending on the number of limbs. I think Sally told me you can't remove more than 2 that are 6 inches or greater without a variance.
So, I mean, we don't know for sure, but it is very likely that no matter what the applicant did here, unless they built a much smaller house, some type of variance would be necessary because of the presence of the number of grand trees that are on the property.
I mean, yeah, without more information, like Sally's saying, like the canopies, we can't really answer much more questions about that. I mean, it would be great to have that, but if they want to vote, then that's fine too. So.
But you do have to consider, you do have a 40 by 40 buildable site.
Yes.
Mr. Marchant.
I too am sorry to prolong, but I just want to make sure I have all the information. I've got the wastewater infiltration thing pulled up with the well location, the 1,000-gallon septic tank, the 80 by 60 infiltration area, the existing drive, the proposed house. I think the survey has the 50-foot buffer off the DHEC critical line, if I'm reading this correctly, the existing drive. And I'm still struggling with, why can't this house move 25 feet towards Bailey Creek and miss everything? What am I missing? That's what I'm struggling with. Why can't this thing just move 25 feet towards Bailey Creek and 10 feet plan north, which is up on the page, and miss every single thing? I'm struggling with that. Can someone help me understand that?
And Mark, what I'm hearing is that, I'm sorry, Mr. Marchant, what I'm hearing is that there would still be some impact to the canopy of that tree. What we don't see is the canopy of that live oak, and if we shifted it 25 feet, we would still have the same problem, essentially. It would just be a different impact to the same tree.
But yeah, and I guess I'm channeling Mr. Boykin. I lived in a house across the street from our last case, and I had 3 live oaks that were more than 20 inches, and they were 5 feet from my house. I mean, so anyway, it's sort of what risk do you take here? Anyway,
Mr. Marchant and Mr. Nelson, I think the great irony here is that the restrictions are so great on this plan development that they took the tools out of our toolbox to accommodate the house by letting it get closer to the critical line, because that's not something they can come ask us for because of the Zelders. And so now, it's either the house has to get shrunken down, as it were, to accommodate the tree, or the only thing they can ask for is tree removal or tree, pruning, greater than 25%. So it's a tough spot, but, it's just funny we find ourselves in this situation.
Well, and one other point is context is everything. And the Bailey Island conservation easement, for lack of a better term, is something to be applauded. And I think, when you take into account all the private property owners around this overall incredible conservation easement, that should matter. I think context should matter. So I just share that with the board because we're talking about a tree, and trees are very important. But in the context of this island and a really great development, there's a lot of good stuff happening here. So
I wholeheartedly agree with you. And I love trees as much or more than anybody, and I will do anything in every way I can come up with to try to save a tree that doesn't need to be cut down. I know how long it takes for them to grow. We're fortunate to have a tremendous number of grand trees where I live out here on Johns Island, and love them all. And so I agree with your assessment, Marcia, that this is just a stellar example of how to conserve, natural beauty of a place and make it work as a place for people to live at the same time. And, it is one tree, and I hate to lose any of them, but in this situation, if you look at it in its full context, I see your point exactly.
And Mr. Boykin, I would add to that the Bailey Island Homeowners Association or Property Owners Association and their Architectural Review Committee have probably spent a lot of time reviewing this site plan as well. That is a guess on my part, but I know being in neighborhoods that are similar to that, they're generally very active in reviewing the plans that come before them and evaluate everything that could occur in order to fit what they think is the appropriate context for their neighborhood. And hearing all of this, well, I'm landing on supporting the variance, just thinking about what the neighborhood has probably gone through to approve it.
I think you're right to put credence into that board's decision. I'm sure they don't take it lightly, and I would hazard a guess they don't approve very many requests that have trees removed at all on that area. And so I'm sure it wasn't an easy decision for them either. So I concur with you. I mean, I don't want to see the tree go, but I am inclined to support.
Gentlemen, this is all good that you putting this input out there, and that's what the board is for. But also would like to say too, that, we don't have a lot of information. If we had a survey for the trees, we could make a better determination. And removing 25% of the tree with that survey could give us a lot of insight on how we need to move forward, either to approve or deny. It would be great if they could defer the case to get that information, but apparently they've chosen not to do so. So we need to make a determination one way or the other. And because there are a lot of loose things out here that we need to make a determination of. And we've been going quite some time. Mr. Williams, I see your hand, sir.
If I can add really quick that, this is a board unto itself. So, I feel like, we should make the decisions based on information that we have. So that's my thought, since everybody else can give their thoughts.
So just for a little direction, I believe someone should make a motion and then have the discussion. And you need to decide based on the evidence that's presented to the board.
At this time, board, I will close this case to the public, and I will ask for a motion to either approve or deny this application.
I'll make a motion.
Mr. Nelson, the chair recognizes your hand.
All right, in the case of BZA 0321-00481, a request for variance to remove a 40-inch DBH grand live oak, I motion that we approve this variance request. I do find that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular property. Again, just based upon the location of the house and the building envelope in proximity to the critical line and required setbacks and building envelopes, I think lend itself to something that is unique to properties in neighborhoods similar to Bailey Island. Condition number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. This is a tougher one to move through, but we don't know what the grand tree conditions are on those other properties and whether or not similar issues would be faced. Condition number 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular property would effectively prohibit or even unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. In this instance, it appears that no matter which way the house is moved, that there would be some impact on grand trees, and in particular might cause some significant damage to this particular tree. Condition number 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. I think here I would point out that the property owner has received approval for the site plan and removal of the grand tree from the Bailey Island Club Association Architectural Review Board. Condition 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow establishment of a use not otherwise permitted. I think this request clearly meets that criteria. Condition 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own action. In this case, I do think the applicant has attempted to work with their designer to find a location of the house that would minimize an impact to grand trees. And in this case, there just were very few options that they actually had on the property to make the site plan work. So I actually think that this request does meet that criteria. And condition 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. Again, I think that in context of the small building envelopes that are available to landowners in Bailey Island, that the removal of one tree will not be of substantial detriment to the purposes of the ordinance. In granting this variance, I believe that we should include the 3 conditions recommended by staff. 1, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat grand trees on site through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the treatment plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit approval for the construction of the residence. 2, prior to zoning approval, the applicant shall install tree barricades around the grand trees to be preserved pursuant to section 9.44 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. And 3, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 40-inch DBH live oak tree by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2 1/2 inches in caliper equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 9.4.6 of the Charleston County ZELDAR. Or C, a combination of both A and B. Documentation of the allotted mitigation shall be submitted, reviewed, and approved for trees prior to removal.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Boykin, Chair recognizes your second. Discussion.
Discussion here.
Yes, sir.
Just my thought is just that it would be good to get more information about this case and get more information about the canopy sizes and see if there were other options that the applicant could have taken to not to have to cause detriment to this live oak. That's my thought.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Anyone else? Ms. Workin, would you please call the roll for the vote?
Yes. Mr. Ray?
Nay.
Mr. Boykin?
Aye.
Miss Allison?
Aye.
Mr. Freeman? Mr. Freeman?
Aye.
Mr. Marchant?
Aye.
Mr. Nelson,
Aye.
Ms. Switzer Smalls,
Nay.
Mr. Williams,
Nay.
and Mr. Woodall.
Aye.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3. That was 6-4, so you need at least 5, so it does pass with the 3 conditions.
Well, congratulations on getting your application approved. Within 10 business days, you will hear some information or get some information from staff letting you know the next step in your application process. Once again, congratulations and good night. Board members, we have journeyed on 4 hours and 50 minutes thus far. Very good. Ms. Working, do you have anything for this august body? You're muted, Ms. Working.
Yeah, I haven't even had a chance to let me do something really quick. I gotta make sure the, okay, it looks like everyone's off. Okay. Our next meeting is gonna be June 7th at 5 o'clock, and it is gonna be in council chambers. It's gonna be a in person, and we're not gonna do a hybrid. So it is, 100% in person. Yeah, if anyone feels uncomfortable, you can call me or email me, but I think I got the feeling that everyone seemed fine with it. We do have a special seating chart, so it's, we are going to be social distance. So unfortunately, not everyone will be able to sit where the county council members sit. But one day we're making baby steps, right? So I do have a seating chart, and I will get that out to you guys, so you do have an idea of where you'll be sitting. And that's exactly how county council does it. Not all 9 of them are up front. It's just how we have to do it, so we could still spread out. And as long as they're wearing masks, we're going to wear masks, that kind of thing. But looking forward to it, because the hardest part is the speaker sign up. It's very difficult in this format, but there's been some good things, and overall it's been good. So yeah, we have 7 new business cases, 2 variance cases, and 5 special exception cases. And then it's just, the reminder about training. And then I know Calvin wants to talk to y'all.
Mr. Huge.
Yes, I need to speak with the board after we go offline. Because I just need to speak with the board in confidence.
Okay. So anything else for the board, for the body? Okay. Then once again, folks, I'd like to thank you so very much for being very diligent tonight. It's good when we can get together as a body and make some good changes for Charleston County. I thank you all. And this meeting is adjourned, and we're going to try to give our attention to Mr. Huge for a few minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Huge.
Jenny, are we offline?